Lock, Gallery Kennels, Fat Farm, Crockett. What's up? What's up, fam? What up, fellas? Knucklehead Kennels, what's up, fam? Big C Rules, what's up, fam? G.R.CH, Rubber City, what's up, fam? Lefty, what's up, fam? WKRK9, what up, fam? Walnut, PA, in the hills. PD Kennels, Eric Collins, William Torres, PGA 412, what's up, fam? Courtney Edwards, SBO Kennels, G Red Boy Roscoe, what's up, fam? Wyndham, what up, baby? What's up, fam? Aaron Ortiz, what up, player? It's Friday! Hot Mike Friday up in this piece! Alright, fellas, don't forget to hit those like buttons. Don't forget to hit those like buttons. Hit that subscribe button to all the newcomers. What the hell's up to the chat? What's up, chat? Shit! Bobby Tat, what's up, fam? Alright, fellas, tonight, before we get started, look, this is just our top 4. You know what I'm saying? So don't nobody take this personal. We gonna run with this top four. We just gonna do males tonight. Jeff Smith, what's up, fam? Now, I know some of you guys gonna have a lot of input, and I know this chat gonna be running tonight. Help me get you recognized by hitting that super chat button, man. We appreciate it, and also helps us get everybody's points across, you know what I'm saying? What's up, baby? Brian, what's up, fam? What's up, fam? Ronald Rogers, welcome to the show, fam. Glad to have you. Himmy James, what's up, baby? Salute to the fam. Garden Midget, what's up, fam? Well, Kennels Combine in the house! Salute! Yo! What's up, fam? Derek T57, what's up, fam? Welcome to the show.
in the mother house. Before you sit down, you better make sure them dogs got that food, that water. Check it out. Make sure you check them chains. Did you clean up that shit? You gotta get down before you sit down now. Come on now. It's Friday. Yes, sir. Come on. Yes, sir. Come on, y'all. The Vodka the Bully. What's up, baby? What? Kennel Combine. What's up? See that PGH, 412, Rubber City. What's up? Sporting Door Farm. What's up? Red Boy Roscoe. What's up, baby boy? You in the house. Mr. Hemi James. What's up, bro? Yeah. Yeah, man. What's up, y'all? Come on. Come on. Yeah, fellas. What's up? What's up? What's up? I see Benny. Walking down round in the house. Big stuff is up in here. Benny. Yo, Benny! What's up, baby? Lefty left in the house. Redlock, what's up, bro?
Look at the bullies in the house! What's up, fam?
Yeah, today's gonna be a good day.
Appreciate that, fam!
Shut up, baby! Yeah, man, we're gonna be talking up some shit today. Get some new shit at y'all. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. That's right, y'all. Make sure y'all hit all them likes, y'all. Shit, I should have 115 likes with 115 people in the chat. Whoa! What's up, everybody? What's up? Thank you for coming out tonight on this Friday. It's the weekend day. That end day. You know what's up, fellas. Hope everybody took care of all y'all business before y'all sat down here and got down, all right? Hope everybody had a good week. I ain't got no bad reports coming in to me. I have to tell y'all, yeah. Shout out and condolences go to one of the members of the Legion of Doom, longtime friend of mine. He passed. I just want everybody to put them condolences out to the Legion of Doom and our condolences from the Dog Gang. Legion of Doom is a legendary kennel, been around for a long time. We're going to talk about some of that tonight anyway. So I'll say that for the later conversation, but in all, condolences to the Legion of Doom, fellas. One of their members, one of their best members. Matter of fact, he was the guy that I handled when we did Little Mikey. All those years later, he came to me and said, man, I still haven't got over that day right there. Yep, so he was a good dude. So condolences to the family, condolences to the Legion of Doom. Coming from the A right, you know what's up. All right, fellas.
Shout out to Greg Evans. He said, shout out to the chat. We all love the passion for the dogs and more the passion for life. Still sitting back in the alley vibing. Scratch the wheel, baby.
All day, man.
All day, baby.
All day,
Greg
baby.
Evans, all day, baby.
All
Salute.
day. Yes, sir. Salute. Salute. Your money good, bro. Your money good. Game is best. Definitely. All right, fellas. You see what we was talking about today as far as those aces that I put out there on the board. Okay, so I know a lot of y'all that made y'all little votes, but today we're gonna talk about a little bit of them, right? There's many dogs that come in the ace category. Today I picked these particular dogs out because these are not everyday dogs that we talk about. You know what I mean? So I just went back in there and grabbed a little history and brought it up there to the front. give us all something to talk about. See if your minds change after we hear a little bit more information about those dogs we took a survey on. You know what I'm saying? And see where it leads us. All right? Chat room, is any business that we need to talk about before we get down into anything tonight? Okay? Now, as I do this little content thing on our aces, I will need some of y'all help later on down the line. Might check a winner. Might check a winner. Mayhem Kennels. Arkansas LA Combine Kennels. What's up, fellas? Thank you. Major salute back. Peace. Major salute back. You all day. Fat Farm Ray, what's up, bro? Eric Collins, I see you in the house. Rubber City, what's up, baby? Gallery Kennels, what's up, fam? My man Big Step In, shout outs to the 7A Sports, Big Broad, the General. I got shout outs going out to Pelican Bay, my peoples. Triple J, what's up, bro? Fat Bill, I saw that last night on that, man. I like them pictures you had of Bratton Mayday, man. Thanks, good looking out, man. I saw that. Somebody actually told me, man, that you had Brad up, and I jumped in and had the privilege of catching it live. So, hey, thank you for that shout out, man. That was real nice, and you had some real nice pictures of her, man. You know what I mean? Victor hooked you up. Yes, he did. Somewhere down the line, man, I seen that one. They had Twin 2 on it. Yeah, I sent you that a long time ago. When it said Twin 2, yeah, that was me. Yeah, I did send that to you. I sent that to you when you did the story on Champion Pretty Mama. So that's when you got that picture. So shout out to you, man. Thank you for that last night, man. Top salute to Fat Bill. Don't forget his raffle, guys. He's raffling off stuff, you know, for Floyd. It looked like it turned out pretty good. You know, it's nice to see the fraternity when y'all come together like that. You know what I mean? You know, it's good that we can come together, even though we don't do it all the time. Sometimes y'all can amaze the game. You know, maybe it's just certain people out there that just do certain things for certain type of dog men. But at some point, we all come together. At some point, we all come together because we all got something in common. We all got something in common. We love what we're doing, or we'd be sitting in this room enjoying this show. So shout out to everybody who was helping out there over there with Fat Bill. Let's continue to support. Let's continue to support Floyd. You know, his house ought to be down by now. We can start having a little raffle for other people by now. I mean, we've been working on Floyd's house down there 10 years, Bill. Damn. I'm just kidding, guys. But we've been on that man's house for a while. Okay, shout out.
I'd like to give a shout out to AQ Henry Kennel. What's up, baby?
What's up, AQ? What's up, bro?
Game to the bone from the UK. What's up, fam?
Not
Welcome
the UK.
to the show.
Not the UK.
The UK, baby.
UK reaching out. What's up, UK? Hey, fellas. Today we're going to start off talking about some of these great dogs that we voted on in the survey, all right? I think that one of the first ones that I want to start off with, you know, now everybody might have their own opinions on these things. You know, there's several more that we're going to go through. And like I said, I'll need the chat room and all you listeners and viewers out there that, you know, don't be afraid to send in your recommendations of what y'all consider ace. Hopefully you can send it in with a pedigree, with a little background on it, and we'll be glad to bring it on the show and talk about it. So, guys, if you got an ace dog and you want to talk about that you consider ace, got his pedigree and you got a little history on the dog, you know, we still got great dogs out there. We ain't touched the females yet. We just starting to touch the males. I figure I'd go back in history and grab some dogs that y'all don't normally talk about. So, you know, let's keep that door open for everybody and their opinions and their observation of what they see and believe out there. You know, let's share with everybody. So guys, doors are open. Emails work. We're gonna start putting my phone number down, but you got the email, so just send in your recommendations on what you want to call it, your ace, and send the stories in. We'll be glad to sit down and pull them up, and we'll talk about it. We'll try to do this every once in a while. All right, this is something new that we're gonna start trying to do, but we're gonna do it as everybody start participating in more. I can go a couple of weeks putting out aces. I think most grand champions should be considered aces. Most grand champions in dogs 5 and up should all be considered aces if they never lost. But we're talking about GOAT status tonight, okay? GOAT status. I'm gonna tell you the first one I'm gonna bring up. I'm gonna bring up one that that's close to me, and that one would definitely be Grand Champion Ace. I'm gonna tell you why I started with Grand Champion Ace. Grand Champion Ace, Supernet had Grand Champion Ace. When he actually had him when he won his championship over Champion Rocky. Barney Five bought Ace after he made champion on beating Champion Rocky. Go down here and show his pedigree. Grand Champion Ace. He's actually a 6-time winner. And like I said, Supernet won 3 with him on his championship. He went in to this dog here. Champion Rocky. As you can tell who Champion Rocky was off of. He was off G. And Champion Miss Rage. Grand Champion Miss Rage. He's a pretty good dog too. But he ran in the Ace. And got picked up in 43 minutes on Ace. That was Ace making his championship. And as you can see, they have Charlie down here as Grand Champion Ace's daddy. I want y'all to take a good look at that dog right there. I used to have a younger picture of Ace. I think he was even in condition. He's a real good looking dog compared to this picture of him where he had gotten old. But I can tell you he damn near looks just like Brat, but a brindle dog. Now they claim he off with Charlie, but remember I told you I always wondered why when Supernet talked to me about Angus being on the yard, I got a little bit more clarification on that, and not necessarily was he directly off of what they're trying to say that Charlie wasn't the father. They say Champion Butch, which some people think that was Rex B's Wimpy. But they, Supernet, he always said that, it was Champion Butch. If Butch is Rex B's Wimpy, because both dogs is said to be off of Angus and Ruby, that would be this dog here. This is the dog that they claim is Grand Champion Ace's sire. As you can see, you got a Zebo. Still got the Eli stuff on the top side, but then you got that Zebo on the bottom. Now you put this right here over Miss Woolley. So you put that Butch on top of Miss Woolley, and you down there got a double Zebo dog. Okay. Butch was a brindle dog. He looked like a brindle variation of Grand Champion Angus. And he was a good hard mouthed dog. Back to Butch. That would be Angus and Ruby. We all know the story about Angus and Ruby. You know, comparing to the 2 times that Angus got off the chain and ran over there to Ruby. In both situations, he was locked in and going in the Jeep. Both times. So, in both of them instances, you know, they paid the forfeit. The first one they paid the forfeit. The second one they went and got Ozzy's Homer, so they didn't have to lose another forfeit. But just to know that Angus was supposed to go in the Jeep not once, but twice. And both times, because Angus got off the chain and ran over there to Ruby and got his ass busted up. And it's funny that the second time, you know, you got Angus up there around the front of the house. You go back there in the back, you can see Ruby then been into something with somebody. You know what I'm saying? And what Angus doing back up there to the house, if that's the only thing she had to run into, is the question everybody had. But then again, I look at it like this. You got Angus being bred to Ruby. So at some point, they got that breeding off. They probably never liked each other. But when a male gets into it with a female he seems to don't like, it's like I was telling you about Mama and Pretty Mama and Brat. Brat got off the chain, she'd run and go find Pretty Mama. Mama got off the chain, she'd run and go find Brat. I guess they had that kind of love-hate relationship because they definitely had some puppies. Pretty nice puppies. Okay? That was Angus and Ruby. Look, we're talking about Grand Champion Ace today. And like I said, Barney 5 matched Ace 3 more times after he bought him as a champion from Supernet. Okay? After Ace beat that champion, he went into a 2-time winner, smashed him, making him a 4-time winner. And then he went into another dog, you know what I'm saying? And when he went into him, he smashed him pretty quick, like 30. All right? Went in him like 30, and then he won one more time. He went on to win one more for Barney 5. So Barney 5 won 3 with him, and Supernet won 3 with him. Mainly over 2-time winners, and then you got Champion Rocky on his second match. I mean, Ace is going for his championship. So this is my first Ace dog that we're looking at. 6-time winner, everything done in short order, back end dog. Controversy is whether he was really ever off of Charlie. You know, I can't really say, but I can tell you this. You know, I go into Angus being a story here in a minute, but I can tell you this. Red Ace Brat's mama had a littermate brother, the only male in the litter. And that dog was a man-eater. He was a man-eater. Yes, he was. The dude that I gave him to, I always told him if he couldn't keep the dog, you know, to give him back. You know, he was a good guard dog for my dude. You know, never know if he ever put him down or not. Because he was a man-eater. Who wants to handle a dog that will clock out? And he wasn't no little dog either. You know, he wasn't no little dog. So, he went on. He turned out to be a man-eater. When the dude got sick, you know, and he got pretty sick, and he had an unfortunate death. And his wife called me and told me to come get him. Now, that's only two people that's ever really handled this dog, him and me. So when he died, I went back over to get him. Now, he can be aggressive all he wants. If you're a dog trainer, you know how to handle that, especially me. I know how to handle a bulldog to want to be acting ignorant. Because we can get down and fight. I'll show him who's the alpha. Give me my PVC pipe, and I'll show you how to calm my angry pit down. But yeah, so that about the background. When you go to Charlie, he wasn't a man eater. Miss Woolley and Champion Woolley, they had some great dogs in Miss Wooley's pedigree, and her brothers, Champion Woolley, there was some badass dogs. And, even coming by way of Zebo, they didn't have man eaters, but you give me some double Zebo, I would be expecting some man eaters. You know what I'm saying? If come by way of Angus, he was a man eater. Zebo was a man eater. You know what I'm saying? So I would have to say that, that controversy has always been that question. But my papers say he was off with Charlie, and that's how I run it. Okay? So let's go to the next one. We already talking about him. Jaquez Mason says, thank you, bro. His question is, how often did you permit-in your yard? It depends on how bad if you got a flea infestation. The way I permit-in my yard was, I did it on a assault ride. You got that 36% bottle, 16 ounce. By the time you use that bottle, and I would say $36 at the most, you should be able to treat your yard instead of having to run all over the place and put advantage on every dog on your yard. The way I did it, I always wet the yard first. I want the sand or dirt to be wet enough that when I come back through there with my pump sprayer back then on the yard, I had one of them ones I could fill up one of them trailers full of water, mix my shit, and I had one of them little motorized little sprayers. If you're running a big yard, that would be something to look into. Where you can just put it on your four-wheeler and drive down through there in your hand and spray the yard. But if you're using a pump that, one of them shorter ones you throw over your back, a good investment, you can fill that thing up with a couple gallons of water. But you want to take and make sure you spray the yard real good. Make it nice and wet. And then you come down through there and you spray that permit-in. You ain't got to spray it all heavy, all that, because you got to remember, it's not 10%. It's actually 36%. So that's damn near 4 times what you're using when you was buying it out of the store. This stuff is super strong. So if you mix it right, I always say if you squeeze, the little tap fill in the bottle that I get, and if you want to know what kind of bottle I use, send me an email and I'll send you a link. But you take you fill up them things with your little pump. I always say use the pump. If you use the little handheld one, then that means you ain't got a lot of dogs. If you got a lot of dogs, you better go get that big one, you fill up and throw it over your shoulder, walk down through there spraying that shit, Thank you. But this is the permit-in that I use. Let's see if we can get it in there. See that? Right there. There it is. Now, what I was talking about is this right here. If you take this right here, hold on. Okay, if you pay attention, watch how you take that right there. You see how it's filling up? Right there, you see that? See how I did that right there? Yeah. That right there. You want to put 4 of those, 4. And that's super strength with 4. And that backpack you got. Put 4 of them in there and mix it up real good. Now that backpack right there, with that 4, should take care of about 15 dogs, and that's at the most. If you got a big yard and they got a lot of run, then if you got like 10 dogs with a lot of chain space, it don't take you to be treating stuff like it's a water hose, because you don't have to. You just want to paint the yard. Paint the yard, paint up on the dog houses, spray your wood, spray wood. You know, you want to make sure that you don't have leaves and stuff in the areas where, you know, they can get up under leaves when you're spraying. No, you want to be able to hit all ground. Take your time, but you just want to paint your yard. You ain't got to zip, just spray the yard. And the way I do it, I would do it every other day for the first week. Every time you turn around, the first week, out of 4 days, out of 7 days, I done hit the yard 4 of those days. Back to back. Don't let nobody tell you it's going to kill your dog and none of that, because I'm not spraying the dog. All right? I'm not spraying my dog. Because if the dog got fleas, then go to the Walmart, or get you a 50-pound bucket, or, you know, the most city trash cans. You got to live in them areas where they got the trash can. You want to fill that up with some water, with something you can dip your dog in. You know what I'm saying? If you get your nice tank or somewhere you can put your dog in and just pour that stuff, I would use 2 of those and pour in the water and just put your dog in the bucket and just pour that shit over them. You're going to see fleas, they ain't going to make it. And you can take a bucket like that and just bring your dogs in and just keep hitting your dogs. You know, especially if you got a wide enough bucket or some type of tub that you can mix you a solution of that shit up in a bucket. I mean, like something where you can put your dog in and pour that shit over there and make sure you get your dog dipped good. Get the tail, get all the way around his ass. You know, make all this, you know, their hair is more thicker around their neck, so you want to make sure you get that good dip and get them good and wet with that shit. So that permethine is the active ingredient in the front line. It's the active ingredient in front line. So it will work, and it's not no 36% either. So that's how powerful that stuff is. You know, you'll know when you're doing it because you're going to smell it. It's not a bad smell, but it's a strong smell. You know when you spray in that yard, you know. And I did it a whole week in a row. Then after that, the following week, because I did it 30 days. I went 3 days. The following week, it's like a whole 1 month progress with that one bottle. Not only am I doing that, I'm checking my dogs. You know what I'm saying? You're checking them. All you need to do is walk with a little spray bottle, and the way you check them is just spray a little bit in the area where, you know, really around their back or around the back end of their tail, you know, or at the top of their head. If you squirt it and you see fleas on them, then, you know, take the dog and dip. You know what I'm saying? But I always do it on the days that I spray. You understand what I'm saying? If you put it on the dog the day that you spray it and you dip your dogs that same day, the fleas ain't got nowhere to go but to dive into a bunch of permethine. They can't jump off the dog onto the ground because the permethine is waiting for their ass. And guys, because you have dog chains, you know what I'm saying? That's why I tell you guys to do it 3 or 4 times in that week, because the chains move. Okay, just because the dirt is being transferred over because of the chain doesn't mean that the permethane is being wasted, because it's not. Because as you keep spraying the yard, guess what you're also doing as that chain is spreading? It's spreading that dirt down, it's mixing that dirt. So you're going to have a permethane yard. The dirt is going to be permethane. I mean, the ants, mosquitoes, flies, everybody going to take cover because that's just some real strong stuff. But it's a month process. So what you're trying to do is you want to kill the cycle of the fleas. They don't live long anyway, but when you're doing this, you're killing the cycle. Can't just do it one time. You want to continue at least a 30-day treatment with that one bottle for $36. Now, if you think that's not a good deal, try to go out there and buy some Frontline and do all your dogs. You know, I did that shit one time. I went and bought a whole bunch of those 108s and broke them down. You know, the whole bunch of 8, the extra weight, and I broke them down because I have small dogs. But I ended up using a lot of that shit. But the thing is, only had to do it one time. I put all my dogs on the van on that Frontline, and I did that treatment because that's gonna cover my dog for 30 days, right? But to make sure, every once in a while, I spray my dog with that shit to make sure that there wasn't no fleas jumping on, even with the Frontline. Because I don't want the ground to chase them onto my dog. I want them to find that they don't have nowhere else to go but to die. So it's a cycle, and you have to be vigilant on it. $36 between a dip and spraying the yard, you don't need to buy the Frontline. I learned that. It took me 30 days, a process, and my flea infestation was gone. You know, and the thing about it, I didn't have to worry about it after that. You know, once you kill fleas, the only other way you're going to get fleas is somebody bring fleas on your yard. But you always want to keep that bottle of permethrin around because you never know when they sneak up on you. Okay, so that's a good thing to know. You know what I mean? Constantly have your permethrin on you at all times, especially guys that have flea problems or having problems with fleas every once in a while. I would say after you do it the first time, a 30-day treatment, you know, I wouldn't worry about it. I would give it a month because that permethrin does, it will have the yard cleaned up. It will have your yard cleaned up. You just got to have it on hand and know how to use it when you use it. Just remember, it's 36%. It's not even 10%. That bottle I just showed you, that's a 36% permethrin. You know, Lowe's and Home Depot, they took it off the market at 10%. Okay? They tried to put it down into professional use at 10%. And I got y'all out here getting it at 36%. You know, they have instructions for you. You can read the bottle. They all carry instructions for guys that want to be doctors and, you know, and get down into the science of it. You know, I can tell you how I used it. I really never had to read it. I just did it my way to make sure it worked. You know? So I hope I answered your question there, Jacquez. You got my number. You can always call me, friend. I missed your call the one day because I was at the doctor. Okay. Now, who was we talking about? The next one was I was going after Angus, all right? The reason I'm going after Angus, because he's on that list, we're going to go ahead and talk about Angus. That's Grand Champion Angus. That's the champion killer. That's what they call him. You know, a guy named Brad, Big Brad, had Angus. Big Brad had Angus, and, you know, he sold him to Billy Steps. Now, why would he sell a dog like that to Billy Steps? The reason why he sold him is Big Brad knew Angus was a man biter. He didn't trust Angus. He already had a bunch of winners on the yard. You know, and Angus, he was just a vicious ass dog. So he just didn't want to put up with Angus. Okay? You go over here and check his pedigree out. You guys, I want y'all to see a nice picture of him. Look at Buck Rogers and Bratton, those dogs. If you look at them, they had those airplane ears and they had those kind of bodies. Yes, sir. Billy Steps bought him. You know, Billy Steps and them boys wasn't playing. And while we talking about man eaters, you know what I mean? I just wanted to bring a point across to y'all too now. You know, did y'all know Grand Champion Art was a man biter? We already knew Grand Champion Zebo. I know many of y'all knew Zebo, right? Did y'all know double grand champion Tornado would eat your ass up? Yes, sir. She was a man biter. By the way, champion Honey Bunch was a man biter. So the theory about Charlie and them, you know what I'm saying? We don't know where the brindle came from, but we got to remember Tommy Spider down there at the bottom. So that biting shit could have also came from just the bottom of Zebo down there at the bottom. And the fact that Honey Bunch to eat your ass up, that's enough. The man eating shit was in the bloodline of both of the dogs. You see what I'm saying? So, like I said, I don't have no problem going with the papers, but the story is a good story, you know, because Grand Champion Ace was a back end dog, and so was Angus. And so was Champion Butch. And so was Red Ace. And so was Brat. You know, that's all I'm saying. So, you know, they weren't man eaters, but she had a brother that was. Red Ace did. Her brother would eat your ass up. And by the way, Champion Yellow John would eat your ass up too. Yeah. So, you know, Amber was a Yellow John dog. Red Ace's mama. So bringing her to Grand Champion Ace, you know, you're going to have, you know, I was surprised that did none of them some bitches come out eating your ass up, you know? The whole damn litter, you want to be honest about it. You got Yellow, and you got Honey Bunch, both man eaters, and Zebo, all in a going hard dog in that breed we made. So it's surprising that we only had one man biter. Maytu had a little mate brother. He was one of them kind of dogs, man. He was something wrong with his brain or something. There's something wrong with that boy. That boy would sit there and attack my boot. I mean, he would lock so down and wouldn't hit a flea. He'd make me so damn mad, I would have to come out. The dog would be locked in on the toe of my boot and think he going into his grand championship match with my foot. You know how many times I had to pull my foot out that boot? And every time he did it to me, I grabbed the goddamn dog and put on his ass. I didn't give a damn. I ain't gonna lie to y'all. He you know. They ended up putting him, when I sold him off, the dog probably would have, you know, one thing about a nutcase like that, you know, and he was a nutcase. Something was wrong with him. You know, I don't know about the characteristics or something like that, but, you know, I didn't breed him. I refused to breed him. And I got him and Maytu on the yard. Okay? So I never did breed him. But, you know, when I did get rid of him, you know, the first thing I told him to do is, look, man, the dog, I didn't breed him because, you know, he's crazy. He never started, so, you know, it's not like he started and quit. He just never started. But, man, look, that dog will grab your ass if you ain't careful. And when he grab it, you know, he's locked in. I don't know what turns him on that shit, but he be locked in. You know, make you want to put something on him. The harder you got to work to get loose from that motherfucker. You know what I'm saying, fellas? Women, doggers. The dog was crazy. So I told him, man, look, before you do anything, man, bring him to a good bitch and let's see what he can produce. You know, I wouldn't have done it because why would I do it and I got made to? You just take an opportunity. You never know what you'll get. You never know. You know, I didn't do it, but I definitely gave some advice, you know, that I would do it, but they ended up putting him down. Same, you know, they have both the dogs in the yard too, and they were like, why put up with this shit? You know, he had to go. But, you know, they look back on it now, just like I look back on it now and said, you know, we should at least bred him one time because he was just a nutcase. Something up in his head was all screwed up and no telling what he could have threw. Because he had the blood to do it. He just didn't have the marbles in place. Would it have thrown bad characteristics? Yes, I think so. I think so. That's why I didn't do it. But if you got two good brothers on the yard and one is just out there to lunch, I would at least bred him one time. If I'd have stayed in long enough, I probably would have bred him. I would have bred him. I would have took one shot at him just to see. Because you got to understand, you got to have the dog to really understand what I'm talking about. If this dog was something was wrong with him. He looked great. beautiful body, long, tall, but small. You know, he was still be in his 30s, but he had the size and the length of a dog around 44, 45. But he was thin and just strong looking. But you couldn't trust him. You had to back out his chain range, ready to knock the hell out of him if you come running around that your ass. It was a sneaky ass body. I mean, every time he grabbed my boot, he grabbed me by the toe of that damn boot and be locked in. 3 times it took me. 3 times, y'all, I had to come out my damn boot to get out of this situation. I mean, he working it too. I could feel his teeth crunching down on my toe. I had to come up without the boot. Damn, now punching him in the head, that shit wasn't working. I dented up a whole standing steel pan on that dog head one day. He still didn't let that mug go. The pressure started getting down on them toes, and I had to come up out that boot. I had to give it to him. The boy, that dog used to make me so damn mad. I would grab Yellow Day. I would grab any one of them dogs and just cut him loose. Just cut him loose. Beat this shit up. I don't give a damn. Kill him today. This damn dog didn't hurt my damn foot. But he, you know, like I said, he never turned on. He wasn't trying to turn on. The only thing he would turn on to was a boot. I don't know what it was about that boot. To me, you bite me, you're still a man biter. But yeah, Angus was a bad dog. You know, he whooped several champions. Several good ones, but he was a man biter. And that's why Billy Steps got him and he started matching him. Now, Angus, he whooped a lot of champions. Yes, he did. He whooped a lot of champions, okay? And like we said, you know, if it don't be for the accidents that he had with Ruby, and we're not talking about the accidents, y'all. When I talk about Angus and his career, he whooped grand champions and champions. But it just seemed like he had a enigma, you know. You know, that Superman, you know what I'm saying? That kryptonite, Ruby was his kryptonite. Yet they bred them to. It would have been a real interesting night if they would have ever made it. But Ruby, in their little incidents, kind of took him out of the ace category far as, you know, outside the box. All right, we all have our theories of what happened. We all have our theories of Ruby beating the hell out of Angus, you know, and what is he doing back at the front of the house and Ruby's still back there alive. Okay, you know, that question still stands, but you're still talking about 2 dogs that had puppies. At one time, they were bred. So you're always going to have that question mark on Angus. But when it comes to pit generalship, pitmanship on Angus, Angus whooped probably more champions in his greatness in the box. He was definitely a pit general. And Angus, he won 6. But he was a 6-time winner, and I think 5 of his matches were against champions or grand champions. Yeah. Okay. Now that was Angus. Okay.
How long was the fight?
He had short order fights. He didn't really go too far. I didn't put the matches in like I did most of the rest of these right here. There's a lot of them, you know, there's not a lot of information on Angus and his matches, on the ones he won. But you know, back there in the day, I think it was in the 80s, you know, Angus was considered the champion beater. That was his name. And they gave him the name, the champion beater. You know what I'm saying? Grand champion Angus. All right. My next thing, and then like I said, he bred Ruby, you know, and then, you know, he produced a couple good dogs himself.
Shout out to Rich Schoolboy in the house. Schoolboy in the house.
What's up,
Reese Smith,
Schoolboy?
what's up,
baby?
fam?
As you see Champion Loco. There's Champion Butch. There's Guest, he was a 2-time winner. And then you had Mac. And then you had Super Nice Champion Racehorse. He was a bad dog too. But you notice they was all off of Angus and Ruby. The 2 dogs that stopped the Jeep match. You know, I wonder if Jeep would have been able to carry him to that water. You know what I mean? That would have been a good one. I don't know what y'all think. Okay, moving on. So we done took care of Ace and Angus. Now my next one would be Irish Jerry's Wee Hut. Right? Wee Hut. They got her down here as a 7-time winner. I got her at 6. I mean, and I put it like this. His 7-time winner, his 7th win, I thought it was his 6th win. He went into a grand champion. So that might be why everybody's, you know, they got him here as a 7-time winner. But I thought, you know, when he went in number 6, he went 2 hours and 21 minutes. I thought the dog, that was his match into a 6-time winner, a grand champion. But let me tell you a little bit about Wee Hut. Wee Hunt's first time out was against a 5-time winner. You know, he got picked up. I don't know why they have him as a grand champion in this one, because he literally got picked up at 16 months old. Okay, he got picked up in 16 months old, and he did a good courtesy scratch, but he got picked up. He was a young dog. Then they bought him out again. He went into a grand champion, a 5-time winner. He won that in 1 hour and 28 minutes. He came back to win that. He won in 1 hour and 28 minutes. The second match, he won in 42 minutes. His third match, he won in 36 minutes. His fourth match, he won in 6 minutes. His fifth match, he won in 58 minutes. His sixth match, he was 3.5 years old, going into 6th match. And he won in 2 hours and 21 minutes. Okay? Now, he was 3.5. They got him down here as a 7-time winner. I got him down as a 6-time winner. But he was only 3.5 years old, guys. That's why he's on that ace list for me. Here's the ending story at 3.5, why we didn't get much after that. Because he was also on the yard, the Irish Jerry, who was also on the yard with him, was Everest Buck. Everest Buck was Cherokee Chief, champion Cherokee Chief, a sire. Everest Buck was champion Cherokee Chief's sire. Buck got off the chain one night and spent the night with old Irish, with Irish Jerry's Wee Hunt. And he got banged up pretty well. Both of dogs, you know, went through a horrible night because both dogs ended up dying. So that's what happened to Everest Buck of the Boyles dogs. He died right along with Wee Hunt. They got him down as a grand champion, but they, you know, maybe They forgot that first one he got picked up when he was 16 months old. You know, it was still a match. You know, he did win 5 in a row, but he did get picked up his first match. That's what we got to say about We Hunt. We Hunt. I'm sorry, We Hunt. Don't let me beat his name up. Y'all know how I get. You guys know that Ordaz shit, man. That's some nice dogs out there. That old Dabo stuff. You took the back, brought it to the front. Then you got a honey bunch on the bottom. You know? Bad dog. I was Jerry's We Hunt. Like I said, was he a grand champion? I don't know. Did the journal classify him as a grand champion? I got to look into that. Anybody got the journal out there? Look that up under the grand champion list. And let's see if they got We Hunt under there, because, you know, We Hunt, you know, did lose one. Just want to let y'all know. He lost his first one at 16 months old. They did a pickup. So y'all, we got to count that. One that they did. Okay, what's good, twin? What's up, Derek? What's up, Derek?
Original Mac D, what's up, fam? Milestone, what's up, fam? Welcome to the show. Reed Smith,
One of the dogs on that list. Okay, I'm just pointing these dogs out. These are the dogs y'all voting on. So who we got so far? We did Ace, Angus, We Hunt. Now we're going to go to Grand Champion Luther. Now, we talked about Luther. You know, Luther was an Ohio dog. Yes, sir. You know, Legion of Doom, Bill Struthers, and the crew. We've talked about Luther. When we say Luther, most of the time we say Grand Champion Satan. We say Grand Champion Dolomite, Luther's legitimate brother. So Luther was a good dog. I wouldn't put him in the good dog category. I would just tell him he was a great dog. He was 1985 Dog of the Year in the ADBA. Just letting y'all know. Grand Champion Luther. Even in his shit, you see that all day stuff down at the bottom, right? We're going to take a look at it, see how far to go back to. You see that Peace Spark stuff? Peace Spark and the Communists. Yeah, fellas, Grand Champion Luther. Let's talk about Luther now. All right, Luther's first match, he went 37 minutes. Second match, he won in 43 minutes. That was a DOA. His third match for his championship, he won in 6 minutes. DOA. Number 4, he won in 31 minutes. DOA. Number 5, for his grand championship match, He went 31 minutes. DOA. Numbers. I think it was, number 5. He went 43 minutes. I think 43 minutes. I think in number 5. It was still a DOA though. Number 6. He won in 28 minutes. DOA. That's 5 straight matches. He won the first one in 37, and then everything after that, he DOA'd it. 5 straight matches. The 7th match, he won in 38 minutes. Not a DOA. But he was definitely a 5-time killer. You can't say, I mean, straight in a row. Not too many dogs you can say that. They won 5 in a row in shortcomings and left your ass DOA. All right? That's Grand Champion Luther. You will find him in that line pedigree with Grand Champion Satan. And you'll see him running that pedigree of Grand Champion Duke. Not too many people know about Grand Champion Duke. You can't even pull him up. Legion of Doom's Grand Champion Duke. The reason why I'm speaking of Grand Champion Duke, because Grand Champion Duke was out of that Luther line just like Grand Champion Satan. And the most memorable thing that I can say about Grand Champion Duke was his famous moment. Now, he had been whooping dogs now. He'd been whooping dogs. He whooped a few champions, maybe 2 champions in his upcoming, but he was one of those there was one of those shows when Grand Champion Duke, Legion of Doom's Grand Champion Duke, went into Kenny Allen's Grand Champion Robert T. That's right. Kenny Allen's Robert T. Now, they claim he was a 12-time winner. I know for a fact that he was a 5-time winner. You don't know about all them other 7 or even them other 2 or 3. But I know, clearly I can speak on that I know of the 4 that he won. Now, this is Robert T. Grand Champion Robert T was on the yard with Tornado. Kenny Allen had almost 2 double grand champions on his yard. Yes. If he had to beat Duke, he would have been a double grand champion if he had to beat Duke. It was grand champion against grand champion. I'm going to tell you about Robert T, who Robert T was, just to show you what kind of dog Duke went into. Robert T was the 2-time winner. He beat Champion Ninja, a 4-time winner. He beat Grand Champion Migraine. I saw that one. Grand Champion Migraine was a 5-time winner, which was a classic match, y'all. That Migraine was game as hell. He was one of them dogs that was trained to the word scratch. He scratched all night. But Robert T got him. Head rider like a mug. And then another great match he had, when they thought after the Migraine that he would be finished, he came back and he went into another classic match and beat Champion Goldman. Now, Champion Goldman was going for his grand championship, and they thought they had the dog that was going to whoop Robert T. They didn't know how game Robert T was. But I can tell you this much. When he beat Champion Gomez, he proved to the world not only was he bad as hell on the short end, he was bad as hell on the long end, because he took 3 hours and 10 minutes to finish off Champion Gomez. Yes. Now, he went in the Grand Champion Duke. And I think it went an hour 48, maybe an hour 43. I can tell you this much. Robert T quit. That's right. Robert T quit on Grand Champion Duke. So You can't even go pull this Legion of Doom's Grand Champion Duke up. If I could have, I would have had his pedigree up. I can tell you he comes from the Legion of Doom, so I'm guaranteeing y'all. And I remember that he came from the Luther line, just like Grand Champion Satan. And yes, Grand Champion Duke was a great dog. And he falls into that Luther line. So, you know, I had to put in that conversation when I speak of Luther. You know, the Grand Champion Duke dog, you know, coming by the way of the Luther stuff, whooping a great dog that almost put 2 double grand champions on Kenny Allen's yard at the same time. That's why I got Luther up there. Okay? The caliber of the dogs. Now, these 4 dogs, if you look at these 4 dogs, and we were to count the champions that's been whooped by them 4 dogs, we're well over 10. Out of 4 dogs, we're well over 10 champions and grand champions losing to them 4 dogs. That's why they're on that list tonight. You know, I hope a lot of you guys, some of you guys didn't know that, give y'all something to go back and look into. That's Grand Champion Ace, Grand Champion Angus, Grand Champion We Hunt, Grand Champion Luther. You know, so now that you know what we know, you know, a lot of us took the survey early, right off the bat. Probably most of y'all might not have known who these dogs were. That's why I put that survey out there like that, because maybe some of you guys know and then some of you guys don't. But until the conversation is going on, did anybody change their mind and felt like, hey, I would have picked We Hunt. Damn. Shit. Then you should have had Duke on the line. Bro, Duke, his most famous match, even though Duke was already, it was a fight of the year to have Duke and Robert T come together. It was a fight of the year when Duke beat when Robert T beat Migraine. That was a fight of the year. Mm-hmm. But it was a bigger match, y'all, when Duke went into Robert T. That was a classic, because everybody might have thought that that Robert T was gonna go in there and deal with one of them killers. I wouldn't call him a killer. I'd put it like this: them like Satan. There's something in that bloodline. There's something in that bloodline where you got a complete bulldog there. And when you got guys that don't do nothing but put out the right ones, you ain't gonna see a bunch of them. But when you see them, you're gonna have the right ones. And he was one of them right ones. And Robert T stood the line. Now, I don't know where people got this thing that Robert T lost to some champion ninja dog. No. Robert T did not lose to no champion ninja. And if he did this at 9 years old, then he lost 2 then. No, he wasn't a one-time loser. He was a 2-time loser. Because he lost the grand champion Duke. Duke made grand champion beating Robert T, which was a great dog. You know, you got to give Robert T his props now. You know, we can call him a cur now, but that cur whooped a whole bunch of champions just like Angus did. And it took another grand champion in the classic match for all this to happen. Now, keep this thought in mind. Remember, I just said, when you add all those champions up and grand champions that lost to those 4 dogs, that just show you how strong the game was back then. That just show you how competitive the game was. I can keep on going with a lot of grand championship matches that I saw. But I'm just talking about in that era right there amongst them 4 dogs, the competition was stiff. You're not getting that kind of stuff around here in 2023. You know that, fellas. Y'all know that ain't coming in 2022. We ain't seen nothing like that since when? On the abundance of being able to say down here in the new day, do we have these kind of dogs running around out here doing this kind of stuff? We don't. You know, you have to ask me who my GOAT was on as a male. I mean, out of those 4, I'm gonna have to go with I'm going with Luther. I'm going with Luther. You know. Well, yeah. See, Luther went up in a chest one time, y'all. And when he went up in that chest, his whole face disappeared. I'm not bullshit. He got so deep up in this dog's chest, his face literally disappeared. And man, when he came out, you ever see one of the movies when the dude punch you right through your chest, right into your heart, and next thing you know, he's snatching out your heart and shit? Yeah, one of them. I seen Luther do it to a chest. He said Luther punched him so hard in the chest, his face disappeared. When he came out with the dog's chest. That's how hard Luther bit. Luther had a mouth. Luther had ability. And when he bit you, you didn't get a chance to get oxygen in your blood to turn red. Every time he bit you, you was getting that dark red, that down there black blood coming out your ass. I mean, leaking. It got nothing to do with his breeding career. I'm talking about all 4 of these dogs we're talking about. Even when it comes down to Angus, we ain't gonna fault Angus for his out the box antics with Ruby. I'm not even putting that in my evaluation as far as him even being on the list, because it's what he did in that box. You cannot tell me a champion beater deserves better than worrying about what happened on an off-the-chain incident with a female who was a great dog herself. That they actually bred these dogs now. You know, factors in that too. So I'm gonna keep it inside the wall. And I would have to say Angus would be my number 2 pick, for the fact that he was whooping champions. He was whooping champions just like Luther. I mean, he gained the name champion stopper. So that would be my number 2 dog. My number 3 would have been Weehunt. Yeah, Weehunt. The reason why I picked Weehunt over Grand Champion Ace is because Weehunt showed that not only could he go short and win, he could go the distance and win. You know, that says a lot. It says a lot. And so that would be my 3rd. And then I would have to say Grand Champion Ace, 6-time winners. And I'm gonna tell you this about Ace. Yeah, he knocked off Rocky. You know what I mean? And and Barney 5 is a bad dog man. Yeah, he's bad. Now if Barney 5 got him and won 3 more after he got it, after Supernat had already made him a champion, that tells you a lot about what Barney 5 had. And Ace, I think his longest match was 48 minutes. That was his longest one. It should have been over earlier, but you know, you got guys that don't like to pick up this shit. But yeah, Ace was a destroyer. So in that order, that's the way I would take it. Luther, Angus, Weehunt, and Ace. How would y'all say it? What would y'all call it? Yeah, the Clash of the Titans, the match of the past. That was I would definitely say, to me, the Robert T and Don't was one of the greatest, the 2 grand champions that really had the buzz, the real buzz. Kenny Allen going into Bill Struthers. Yes. Breaking news. Robert T lost to Duke. Breaking news. It was big news. Big news. Somebody finally put an end to that Kenny Allen shit. Not taking nothing away from Kenny. But them 2 down there between Tornado and him, Robert T. Tornado wasn't whooping champions like Robert T was. Yeah. Shit, Robert T was damn near have better shows than Angus. You know, Robert T was a champion stopper. You see what I'm saying? Two great dogs. But you see, I couldn't get Duke on the list because I would think that Duke's pedigree, without it, I can tell y'all Duke had Luther's pedigree. But I would have to give it to Luther over Duke any day. We ain't talking about Dolomite, Luther's little mate brother, you know what I'm saying?
Grand champion Dolomite.
Yeah, he was another killer. Yes. So that line of dogs, them line of dogs, they, you know, you really can't look at it in the pedigree and tell what's going on because that line of dogs was a specifically bred type of dog. The Mr. Klein who had Satan, he was on that Luther shit. He was on that Eli shit. He had Eli, Satan had Eli 3. He had Midnight Cowboy. He had Campanado. He had all the right Eli stuff. All the right Eli stuff. And he, you know, his stuff came by way of Dolomite, Luther's brother. Yeah, Luther's brother is the one that carried the Satan stuff. And he was just as bad as goddamn Luther because he was a champion, a grand champion himself. So, BJ, Charlie, Lester. And there was one named Ernie. I think Loctite had a 2-time winner, Ernie. Champion BJ, champion Charlie. Lester was a 2-time winner. He quit going for number 3. And then Satan's little mate's sister, she went into a champion and went the distance. You know, she lost dead game. You know, that was his little mate's sister. She was a 2-time winner. She lost going for her championship, going into a dog, going for her grand championship. So that line is not a real much of a line that you guys know about, but the guys up in the Ohio area, they know very well about the Luther stuff. They know very well about the Satan stuff. You know, I don't know if there's too many Satan dogs left, but we had a chance to breed one of the Satan dogs to a son off of Maytu. I mean, actually it was Maytu bred into one of them Satan dogs, and they had George. George was down here in Florida where he won 2. One of the 2 was against Hardcore. One of the guys from Hardcore. As a matter of fact, it wasn't Hardcore. It was Hardcore because Mike was hounding, right? Yeah, it was Hardcore. Mike was hounding. He beat Hardcore in them and won a Best of Show trophy. So he was a pretty good dog. He won 2. So, you know, just the conversation on those great dogs right there, you know, knowing what you know now, would have changed any of y'all votes? Let me check the chat here for a minute, fellas. And we looking for, out of them 4, which one would y'all call the greatest of all time? That's what I'm looking for. That's what I need y'all help with.
Hamza's the lion, hands in the hills. What's up, fam? Salute.
I'm putting up Robert T's pedigree here, y'all. That's Robert T's pedigree right here. The great Robert T. Still don't change the fact he was a great dog. He just lost to a greater dog. Remember who Robert T beat? He beat a 2-time winner, a 4-time winner, a 5-time winner, and a 4-time winner, and lost to a 5-time winner. So that's a bulldog. Those are just the notable ones that Robert T whooped, okay? There's some matches in there missing. But yeah, those dogs for sure, we know he whooped. You know, if anybody had a journal with Robert T in it, you know, he was a Sporting Dog Journal champion. I think he was a Sporting Dog Journal grand champion at the time. If the dogs made that clash, you get a chance to see the dogs that he whooped. I think he had a pretty nice array of a real nice Sporting Dog Journal championship listing of his dogs he whooped. Very impressive. It looked like Angus sitting up there whooping all them damn dogs, all them great dogs. So, you know, but just between them two, between Angus and Robert T, and remember, he's not even in that equation of the 4 dogs that we had on the list. He'd been a great dog to have on the list. He would have even been better to have Duke on the list, being the Duke beat him. You see what I'm saying? But if you notice, neither one of those dogs is on my list.
Big Penny in the house. What's up, fam?
Hey, Dreadlock. I tell you what, I don't know, Robert T made it home that day. After the Duke match, because it was a grueler. And Duke wasn't nothing to be playing with. But if you had a chance to breed to Robert T, even though he lost and he did lose, he did quit. But look at his pedigree. Look at the dog that he went into. Look at the dog that he beat. I mean, if a dog quit, it's just on how he quit and who he quit on. You know, that's just like Tommy Boy. You know, Tommy Boy could have easily stood the line on Red Ace that it was a Kurt that night. You know, and just because she got whooped up by Brat's mama, it didn't change the fact that she was a grand champion. It didn't change the fact that she was a grand champion when both times the scratches was going on is because of Red Ace coming out of Hope. Each time we got on the scratch line wasn't because of Tommy doing anything to Ace. We got on the scratch line because Ace had put her down 2 times and spit her out. Left her laying there. But Tommy Boy is still a great grand champion. That last scratch, that the scratch that put the scratch back on me was one of the greatest scratches I ever seen from a dog that lost. And to me, she lost. She lost to a dog that wasn't even on. But we knew how the possibilities of Red Ace. If she had came in on, she probably could have killed Tommy Boy in 15 minutes. I would have probably been, if the night had been any different, guys, you would have seen me up there with one of them great dogs, because I know I had a dog that was a champion beater. I went after her. I went out there with the all intentions mindset. My mind was set that I was going to take that bitch and we was going to go into nothing but champions with her, because I didn't believe there was a dog out there that could stay with her. And I honestly believe if I hadn't never went over to Puerto Rico and stayed close to home, that I had her hooked into a champion up there in Cleveland, you know what I mean? Judy Jones. Champion Judy Jones. You know, we was trying to put her on all champions. We were trying to do, this is what Ace did, but we were trying to do all champions with her. And I knew what kind of dog I had. She didn't show it that night, but they knew I was in Puerto Rico for a reason. They saw why I was there. They just knew that he didn't come all the way over here with half a dog. He left his dog at home. So they kind of had an idea, you know, that she wasn't right. But damn, just imagine if she was. Look what she did when she wasn't right. So, you know, I always look at one of them things. That's one of those things in my history that I always think back on, you know, that I had a dog that would do some shit to a dog that I know that I had a Pandy and I had a Queen of Hearts. The best I can get out of that, to get that legacy back on track, was Brat. Brat was able to put that legacy back on track. But even to me, with all the ability that Brat had, you know, Brat wasn't, to me, she wasn't her mama. Brat was a bad bitch. Goddamn it, Red Ace was, man, I'm telling you, man, you couldn't do nothing with that one right there. She was everything, Brat was everything her mama was supposed to be. We just didn't ever get the opportunities with Brat that we had got with Red Ace, because by then everybody started knowing who we were. Didn't nobody know who we were when we went out there with Red Ace. You know, the locals knew, but the dog gang, they didn't start feeling that full impact until we start moving them bitches around. Rats started making noise. Didn't nobody know Mayday, so they wasn't nobody, you know, they knew him, but, you know, Mayday hadn't hit the scene, you know, at that time to go blowing up and knowing, you know, like somebody had something to worry about out there when it came to Brat and them, because, like I said, Brat was out there on the circuit early when it comes to the Mayday dog. And the way Brat came in, she came in with some noise. It probably did bring attention to Mayday's breeding skills, because the next thing you know, there were Mayday dogs coming out of everywhere. Beating up everybody. So, those were good steps in my career. You know, that was just that one little thing in my past that I always wished, you know, if I had to do it all over again, one, I wouldn't have never did Red Ace like I did her. I'd have stayed there in Puerto Rico. And if we had to pay the forfeit to get her right, I'd have stayed in Puerto Rico to get her right, and we would have did it again. We would have did it. Because I wouldn't have did it then, I'd have just paid the forfeit. And I'd have stayed right there with her until we got, maybe give me another week. Give me 2 weeks. Let my dog get adjusted. Now let's do it now. If we'd have had that kind of agreement going on, I got my bitch back on point, where she's used to where she was at. I'm telling you guys, I don't think it would have went 15 minutes. Because the way she went in there and jumped on Tommy Boy, I'm telling you fellas, Tommy Boy jumped on her like a beast, and Red Ace wasn't even trying to do shit. And for a dog that wasn't trying to do nothing, they could turn around and whoop a 4-time winner, who had been, the longest she had been was 22 minutes. Straight little killer. And you go in there and get murked by a dog that wasn't even trying to go. Tells you a lot about that dog that wasn't trying to go. And she was that kind of dog. She wasn't a rough ass cur. She was just a cur that night. You know, maybe it's the way I traveled. She wasn't even a cur. She just didn't cut on. I think when she kicked in, because she was in survival mode. Remember, I could talk to my dog. I told her, if you're going to keep on hollering, you see I ain't trying to save you. You don't want her to stop doing what she's doing. Get on her ass. Believe me, for some moment, she kicked into being what I thought she was, a killer. She did just that. It didn't take her but 5 minutes for us to be standing over a down dog. 5 minutes is all it took for her to turn on for 5 minutes, y'all. And we was on a down dog scratch. Red Ace and spit her out. Greatest scratch you could ever ask for from Tommy. Tommy ain't had no, both her flat, Red Ace, that's that kind of dog she was. When I say she flattened her tires, she didn't have nothing back there to stand on. Everything she came across that box, y'all, she came back on her front legs and her heart. Fell 3 times getting over there too, y'all. But she got there under the 10 count. All we had to do was scratch 1 time and we would have won. All Reddies had to do is scratch 1 time. But I couldn't get her to turn on. Remember, I'm on a down dog and I can't get her to turn on. Can you imagine that? I'm on a down dog. A 4-time winner, y'all, and I can't get my bitch to turn on. Even when she spit her out. Why she spit her out? Because there was no battle no more. She did what she had to do. This bitch ain't biting on her no more. She was done. She stood right over her and just stood over her. And I pointed the whole time, referee counting. I'm trying to send her in. She ain't breathing hard. She just standing there, waiting for her to move or something. Put me on the line knowing she ain't going to come out. But still, if she wasn't turning on with me standing right next to her, she wasn't going to scratch. I knew that. But, you know, one of them kind of situations I always look back on. But, see, those are what I call great dogs. The possibilities. See, these dogs here that we talked about, them 4 dogs were able to continue their careers. Wasn't no flip-flops in their shit outside of Robert T running in the Duke. Or We Hunt being matched at 16 months old, getting picked up. You know, whether they counted it or not, you know what I'm saying? Just letting y'all know the dog did lose at 16 months old. You know, I don't know if it's champion We Hunt or grand champion We Hunt, but, you know, I don't know how that grand champion thing works. If you lose, you lose. You don't carry the title regardless. Whether it was your first, but he did come back to win 5 more. So, you know, and I think the general recognizes We Hunt as a grand champion. I'm not really for sure, but if somebody can check that out, make sure I got that right. I always thought We Hunt was a grand champion. May not be. Could be champion We Hunt.
Jay Honey Badger, what's up, fam? Welcome to the show. Hey, y'all, look, don't forget to hit those like buttons and subscribe.
That's right. Eric Collins said, y'all don't forget to hit them likes, y'all. Eric Collins said, do not forget to hit them likes. All right, y'all.
Robert Rogers, what's up, fam?
Okay, grand champion loses should have went into Niggerino. That match should have happened. Yeah, that would have been a good one too. Niggerino would have been a good one. Yeah, I would have liked to seen that one too. But you know, again, you know, when you got great dogs, you know, people can say all the shit in the world.
Remember, one of the dogs that Luther killed was Bobby Hall's dog.
Yeah, he killed Mud Son. He smashed Mud Son.
That's a Bobby Hall's dog, y'all.
No, you know, and you know, I give him that credit. I think you'd have beaten Niggerino. Niggerino was a pretty good dog too. You know, we got to give him his A status. I can grab a couple dogs and put up there and add Chinaman right in that little mix there with them dogs, and we'll have a whole new line of ace dogs to talk about. Remember, we can do this a couple more times, y'all, because we're playing with aces. Great dogs. Would you still call Robert T an ace after standing there?
No.
I mean, with the champions and grand champions that he whooped, I mean, he just met his match. You know what I'm saying? You know how this is how I see it. Okay, I'm gonna tell y'all this is how I see it, and y'all got to feel this. 7-8 Sports, thank you, Big Bruv, for being a general, because I'm gonna use you as an example as far as the boxing world. Who's the greatest boxer of all time? Can't say Rocky Marciano. He is, because he never got beat. Did we call him an ace? Yes, we gotta call him an ace. But did we put Marciano over Muhammad Ali? No. But Muhammad Ali's an ace. The greatest of all time. But he got losses on his record. Talk about Mike Tyson. An ace. Yeah. But he got lost on his record. Sugar Ray Leonard. An ace? Yes. Come on, y'all. They got losses on their record, so why should we ain't pulling titles from them? We ain't knocked them down off the steps of fame yet. So yes, I give Robert T that same respect. I'm a dogger. Dog man, no. You got 2 grand champions going at each other. It's gonna be a winner, it's gonna be a loser. Do we take the status of being an ace? No. Do we take it from being a legendary dog? No. Because he lost, then if we can do this over here, then our dogs should get the same respect over here. You know? Don't forget that. Yeah, Robert T should be on that list. He was still a hell of a dog. He was still a great dog. It just took a greater dog to beat him. That's what the game is about. Like Jeep and Homer. What would Jeep would have done with Angus? Well, we know what Ruby did to Angus, but could Jeep have done that to Angus? You know, Jeep was not scared. Crenshaw wasn't scared. They locked up twice. You know what I'm saying? You had them unfortunate things happen. Maybe they wasn't just unfortunate things. Maybe they was, would Jeep had to went that long with Angus, the champion killer? Who knows? But they was hooked up twice. Okay? So we don't take that away from Angus. Angus never lose. He didn't lose. He might have lost to Ruby out the box, but we're not talking about the dog and his greatness outside the box. We're talking about what he did in the box. And that's where we're going to keep a lot of these dogs, y'all. We got to put Robert T back in the box. Did he quit on Duke? Yes. So we got to call him a cur to whip a whole bunch of champions and grand champions and list him as a cur. And we need to do that Muhammad Ali, Sugar Ray Leonard, Tommy Hearns, Mike Tyson, Marvin Hagler, Joe Frazier, all of them. Foreman. You see? It's all the same game. UFC. The Snake. Come on. Was he an ace? Yeah. He's still considered an ace? Yeah. The Spider? Yeah. You know what I'm talking about? Spider? Come on now. But he lost. He lost. But he's still an ace. He's still considered one of the MMA's greatest fighters. Legend. So yeah, I look at it like that too, guys. You know, it's not always about the politics of the game to make a story or a good conversation. You know, sometimes for us real true hard dog men that knows what it means to go out there and win those kind of shows and be a part of those kind of shows, you know, that definitely has a thing to do with the gameness and the competitiveness of the sport that makes history of these dogs so much interesting. Remember, we just took 4 dogs and talked about 6, 7 of them. We didn't even get into the dogs that was really the dogs that was lost and the dogs that they was whooping. Talking about 4-time winners and 5-time winners going into each other like that, man, those are great shows. And we can go and do this a whole lot. We can do this a whole lot. Yeah, I mean, look, we can do. Banjo would have been one of the ones. Did we call him an ace? Yes. Yeah, he was. Yeah. Grand champion Banjo and BB Red. They were litter mates. Not that list. You know, not that list. We're not looking for the GOAT of all dogs because that would be something that we have to put the chat room and have to put their input in to make it the number one dog that we would consider the ace of all time. You know, if it was left up to me, when we're talking about males, it's like, to me, it's like looking at Flash. Would Flash make that list after whooping Doogie? Yes. Flash whooped a couple champions. I'm talking about males now. Would Awesome Beast make that list? Yes. Could Yellow Buck make that list? Yes. These were dogs that whooped champions. Could Grand Champion Buck make that list? Yes. Can 357 make that list? Yes. Remember, I can keep on going. If we want to make a list and then say who would be the greatest male ace of all time, you cannot say that you wouldn't have those 7 dogs that I spoke about. 4, what we spoke on, was Grand Champion Ace, Grand Champion Angus, Grand Champion We Hunt, and Grand Champion Luther. They would have to be on that list. We can keep on adding a bunch of them. There's a lot more to add. I can keep on naming them. What about Lionhead? Shamebone Lionhead. What about Grand Champion Satan? You know, Satan never got his opportunity to go in neither one of them great 48-pounders, 43-pounders that were out there. Satan was a badass dog. I would have loved to see him go into Lionhead. I think it was like a 44, 45-pounder. Might have been up to 46, 47. I know Satan. We was definitely, Akron, Ohio was definitely barking that old shank bone down there. We were. And like y'all said about, you know, Niggerino. Niggerino was a hell of a grand champion. That he was. Mr. Gates had a good dog. But, see, Niggerino didn't run into that dark side of the country, y'all. You got to look at some of these dogs that we're talking about here. You know, you have that dark side of the country. You have to understand what that means. See, when you go into that dog world where that dark side of the country is, that dark side of the country is, you know, is up there around that Detroit, you know, Ohio, that New York, working your way all down there through the South Carolina, Georgia. You know, that's dog land right there. When you go from Chicago and you do this V, and that V bringing you back down there between that Georgia, South Carolina, North Carolina line right there. Y'all talk that Dixie line shit. But that V line was the roughest line. Dixie line didn't have shit on that V line. You cross that line like that right here, coming out of that PA, New York, coming down there, across that Virginia way this way, and then you coming down there over that down Chicago, cutting down through there. You know what I'm saying? All through Ohio, Detroit, Toledo. There's a V there all the way down there into down there Mount Airy, North Carolina. You get down in them areas right there, that V line will eat the Dixie line's asses up. Y'all want to take that credit of having that little Mason-Dixon line there, and we'll give y'all Georgia boys and y'all Carolina boys that. We give y'all that. But damn it, boy, y'all, when it came down to the V line was so much stronger than that that Dixieland line. I'm gonna tell y'all, we had tougher dogs. Bottom line. You know, these dogs wasn't running into these dogs like Don't. These dogs wasn't running into dogs like Flash. Dogs like Jigger, these kind of dogs right here, they wasn't running into these kind of dogs. These dogs was all up in the V line. You know, there was a level that, you know, to experience it is what we're trying to get back to. We want you guys to experience that line of great dogs. You know what I'm saying? And if you notice, again, every one of these dogs were bred good. You know, they definitely come from good lines and good breedings, and the results definitely show. Is there anybody?
Shout TV, what's happening, fam?
Yeah, Melon Hill was a 12-time winner. That's right, Big Penny. And if Boomerang would have been on there, Arrowhead, yeah, you're right. Shane Bone's Lionhead, yeah, he was definitely on there. But I'm saying Shane Bone we was trying to get Shane Bone with Grand Champion Satan. Yeah, we were trying to do the Robert T. Grand Champion Duke thing too. You know what I'm saying? That would have been the match of matches. But I think some people, you know, when you go down there and you look at who Satan was whooping in 5 different states, I think them boys looked at Satan's record and decided to stay home. Because that Shank Bone thing never came together. And to me, being so close to the situation, Shank Bone didn't want Satan. For those who saw Satan would tell you, you know, there's a difference between who Shank Bone was whooping compared to who Satan was whooping. And that's the truth. Satan was whooping all Class A's in 5 different states. It would have made it 6 if Shank Bones had took the offer with Lionhead. But I ain't taking nothing away from Lionhead. I'm just saying, you know, he could have made that happen like Niggerino and Angus. You know, some of these dogs, they could have won. All of them could have been a part of the story. You know what I'm saying? Grand champion on grand champion. Some guys, you know, we drive to have that. You know, I would love to have me a grand champion going into another grand champion. Shit. But some guys, you know, they grand champions is more worthy to keeping their titles. Some don't mind. I seen grand champion Max as an old dog going to co-chiefs. Why? I mean, why would you take an old dog? And then if we hunt lost down the line. I mean, if Robert T lost down the line, No, it was who was that I'm talking about? It might have been We Hunt. Said lost one at 9 years old. Who was that? They said no, that was. It was one of them dogs. They said lost at 9. That was trying to remember. No, I think it was. Yeah, it was Robert T. It might have been. I know one of them. They said the dog lost at 9 years old. And I was like, nah, that ain't true. Now, I don't know about him losing the ninja. I don't know about that 9-year-old stuff because when Duke went in Robert T was not 9 years old. But yeah, a lot of them dogs, a lot of them was definitely marks back then when coaches beat Max. You know, Max was an old dog, was nothing of his prime. I probably would have seen a different show had a Max, even though he showed good against Cochise. It was not the same Max that made grand champion. You know what I mean? That was not the same Max, you know, that I saw grand champion Max. What I saw on Cochise was an old dog. I didn't even see grand champion Max. I saw an old dog. That's like me, you know. Imagine me, I mean, in my heart, you know, I'm a scratcher. What good is that down heart if I ain't got the mobility or ability to do what I used to do when I was younger? Gonna go right in there and get my ass kicked, okay? That's exactly what would happen. Even though in my mind, I think I can do it. You know, and you got to take that same consideration in the dog game. Mr. Hemi, what's up, bro? Thank you. Mr. Hemi said, hey, Twin 2, is there a difference in attitude or the way in which people conduct themselves in various parts of the country?
Oh, let me deal with this static.
Okay. I put it like this: it's not the same in different parts of the country. With the places that I've been, the dog game is like it's all the same to a point. That's why we like to travel.
Okay, fellas, I'm trying to deal with that little static we hearing there. Go back to his question again. That's where it started at.
I got. Okay. I was talking about it.
Yeah,
all right.
Where you left off at, because I can hear what you were saying. Just go back to that point.
Well, like I said, that's why we like to travel. Because when we go places in different locations and stuff like that, we meet different dog men. You know? And this is how you find the best dog in that area. That's really the reason why we travel. Because all areas ain't what you think. You know? If somebody wanted to come into the Ohio area or we wanted to go up into the Detroit area, we was going up into areas, and yes, their way of and mindset of thinking was definitely, they had their different levels of certain dogs. Yes, there was difference in the dogs. I mean, they had their different lines, they had their different breeds and their different concept. Dog your own dog, you know what I mean? What was good up in this area might not be ready for the dogs I'm bringing out of my area. And that's what we be looking for. You know, if I can take a dog out of the Ohio area and go down here in the North Carolina area and work it all over, then yes, it would be a different. Why? Because I have a caliber dog. If somebody in the South can go up into the North and win, then they know they got a caliber dog. And I mean, you going up in the bulldog country with that dog. It ain't easy as you think. There's not too many guys running out of the South, running up into the North. I'm just gonna keep it real with you. Wasn't going on back then. Unless they was buying dogs from the South and taking them up to the North. There wasn't too many Southerners running up there to the North. I know the Masons used to do it. You know, you got Fat Bill going over there doing it. You know, you got a couple good dog man that didn't, you know, that will tell you back then during them times, you know, the North, we were buying up match dogs. So, you know, it wasn't easy. I can tell you about Florida. We had guys come all the way from over there in Texas and try to knock off some of our dogs, man, and had a hard time doing it right here in Florida. It was harder for them to do it, the Texas boys to do it up there up north. But I seen it where it was pretty hard for them to come and do it here in Florida. And Texas can bring some damn good dogs. But I can tell you when it came down to Florida and Texas got their ass whooped a couple times. I can tell you that. Texas got their ass whooped a couple times. You know, not taking nothing away from the Texans, but I'm just telling you, you know, when it comes to that Pappy and Cross, Florida has better dogs than Texas. I mean, from the kennels that I saw, you know what I mean? No, I mean, Noriega did go in Ajax. You know, that's a Florida, you know, down south move, going into those areas like that. Yes, the caliber of dogs is what we banking on. You know, you whooping dogs in this area. I mean, I would prefer going into somebody's area that their dogs is pretty dominant. Because I would be hoping that, you know, that I get a good show from the area that I'm in. Can my dog go into their area and win? That's the whole point. Yes, you want to know what you got? Yeah, you want to go and meet the different areas because, you know, the concept is a little different. You know, every dog, man, you know, they all do dogs. It's just the level of the dog. You know, your great champion might be great, like we felt about Bonehead, Lionhead. Yeah, he might have been great for that area. Yeah, remember they had videos on it, so we seen it. Okay, but we also have seen Satan. And I'm telling you, Bonehead compared to Satan, I mean Lionhead compared to Satan was no. No, I didn't see that happening. I mean, my money would have went on Satan. Just like my money would have went on Duke against Robert T. Even though we seen Robert T beat Migraine. And Migraine was a damn game ass damn dog. Yeah, it was a good fight. Grand champion Migraine and Robert T was a great match. But again, Kenny Allen on top. Okay, am I missing anything here?
Man in here, what's up, fam?
You guys, sometimes y'all catch me, you know, I have a problem sometimes with the memory. Yeah, the memory getting real, like, you know, it's going in and out. I hope it ain't dementia. You know, I mean, damn, they always got bad news around here. So, you know, I got to start talking to these people because I'm starting to, you know, I'm saying things that I know what I'm talking about, but it seems like I be way off track. Some of these videos, I go back there and see myself. I be seeing things that I be saying wrong, and don't be noticing those things. You know what I mean? Especially when I talk. So guys, do excuse me. Sometimes I say the wrong name. Then you know I have a problem remembering some of the easier things. So I struggle a little bit with the memory. You know, I don't have no problem with guys, you know, get me on right track because I don't want nobody getting out there on the wrong track based on something I said. You know what I mean? So I know I got a good chat room with a bunch of good people that can help me stay on track. So know that, you know, I got a little bumper. You know, I'm one of them bowlers. When you bowl with the ball, you know, I got to have bumpers up now. So I definitely need your assistance and help sometimes. So if you're watching me, help me, okay? Because I do slip away sometimes and be way off on something and don't even know where I'm headed because, you know, I done said something wrong, but I'm thinking I'm in the right track going somewhere that we done lost each other. Okay. Miss Master Conditioner.
Hey, Kennels, what's up, fam?
Yeah, thank you, fellas. I'm trying to read the chats, guys. As y'all see me looking down, I'm just trying to read the chats. Hey, thank you, Mr. James. Thank you. You're right. It do be a lot, but it's so much in my head. You know what I mean? There's so many things in the past that when it's almost like I can jump in my brain and remember these shows that I saw in these matches and just try to turn on my recorder. And for some odd reason, my mind can remember the story, but it's not coming out my mouth right. It's like somewhere in there, there's little things interfering with the story that my mind knows, but my mouth has made a mistake and took it off somewhere else. Like calling bonehead instead of lion head. You know what I'm saying? And calling we hunt, we hut. I'm picking those kind of things up, and I know his name was We Hunt. And then just a couple of times why I didn't call We Hunt a her. Things like that I'm catching. It's coming out the mouth, but it's not coming off the brain that way. I'm saying things that I'm not really trying to say. So, just bear with me. And, I'm pretty sure a couple of you guys have noticed that my last couple shows. Because I know you guys. I start watching some of you guys babysitting me. You know what I mean? I got a fan club out here who worries more about my health than I do. You know what I'm saying? I got more people got bag on me making scratches than they got on the goddamn dog. So, I mean, that's what you call love, chat room. That's what you call love. And if I'm one of them dogs on the yard, I'm privileged and proud to be there. And I'm going to continue scratching for you guys because that's what you expect me to do, and that's what I'm going to do. I can't be up here preaching the truth if I don't know the damn truth myself. So I take that energy that y'all give me, man, even when it be hard on me, I take that energy, man, and that's my scratch. I know I got y'all on my back, man. I ain't going to let none of y'all down. It's like I know y'all ain't going to let me down. Mr. Jeff Smith, thank you, bro. Nice on the super chat. He said you just want to wake up scratching every day, every damn day. That's what mattered most. You damn right, bro. I'm going to tell you, though. Sometimes I need that corner shot, though. That corner shot where your handler got to pick him up over the edge of the goddamn pit to make sure he got enough air. Boy, drop him back down in that little hole. Sometimes you got to lift him up, get him some air, right? Sometimes I need that. Sometimes you need to take that water and wipe over my head and give me a good down the throat. Hey, okay, Garland. And thank you for that, though, bro. Thank you. Did you ever go into Untouchables Tom Ratliff? Let me tell you, I never went into Tom. But I can tell you this about Tom. Tom used to live in Columbus. And before I ever got a chance to meet Tom, Mama turned me on to Tom Ratliff because Tom had left Columbus and moved to North Carolina. So I had a chance to run across Tom in '92 after he left Ohio. Never had a chance to go into him, but I didn't never have a reason to go into him because during that time I was trying to get dogs too. I would have loved to go into Tom because Tom was pretty busy down here and down in the South. He was down in the South and he came up. The Untouchables was definitely damn near untouchable. And a whole lot of shit came off from Tom Ratliff. Tom Ratliff is a very, very, very high level legend. He carried that damn untouchable line a long way. The Untouchable crew was definitely some good dog, man, with some great dogs. That Gaster stuff mixed in there, and they all had their little touch with it. It just came into the game. I'm talking about Mago Red, 357, and so many other dogs that came by way of Tom. I probably wouldn't have never wanted to go into Tom. I would have been trying to meet when I met Tom. He was a funny guy. Serious guy, but he was funny as hell. but he had a great yard. I can't go playing in a man's yard if I'm gonna be trying to go knock him off. You see what I'm saying? If I want to play in your yard, I won't be calling you out. If I want something off your yard and I'm gonna breathe in your shit, I'm not calling you out. I don't want to go into none of your shit. And I always felt like I wanted the Tom Ratliff shit. I wanted the Undertaker shit. I wanted the Undertaker shit and I wanted the Untouchable shit. Very much. I was very interested in those dogs. Daisy May, I would have loved to grab some of them dogs. Remember, I already got Stone City Buck shit. Only thing I was missing was the Super Kennels shit, Tom Ratliff shit, Mr. Gaston shit. I mean, those dogs, I was always in love with them, that line. But thank you, though. Yeah, thank you. I knew Tom Ratliff, and he was definitely a good dude. Very good dude, and I enjoyed my time around him. But I thank Mao for putting me in that direction of meeting him when I did. Actually, I had met him before Locklear and all them guys that hooked up with him. I got it when he had first got down here in the Carolinas, and he had a ankle monitor on his leg when I was at his house. He had an ankle monitor, so somewhere he was on house arrest. You know, funny guy though. He was definitely a character. Okay. Schoolboy in the house, Mr. Garcia. I haven't got my package yet, but I'm waiting on it like it's Christmas. Oh yes, I haven't got it yet, so hopefully I'm gonna probably get it this weekend. I have it on my show Tuesday. We'll be talking about it. Yes, sir.
Mike Dan's in the house.
Mike Dan, what's up, baby? Hey guys, remember what we talked about? Remember we had 4 today. You know, let's do this on every Friday. We just, you know, on top of other parts of our show, let's do a survey. You know, you guys send me who y'all think aces are and they pedigrees and they background, and we'll put them together, and then we'll come on here and let's talk about it. Because there's a lot of dogs of the past to talk about. We can talk about a lot of them. No, we didn't even talk about the females. No, we're just talking about the males. And like I said, we still have more to go. I could have bought, look, Grand Champion Buck, Grand Champion Yellow Buck, Awesome Bees. We got the Macho Buck stuff. Grand Champion Yellow. There's just so many other ace dogs that we can talk about. Like I said, to me, honestly, all Grand Champions should be considered aces. Some of them might have been slow scratchers, but still couldn't whoop them. You know, to win 5 matches is not an easy task. To win 6 or 7 is even more. But let's just start at the bottom of the totem pole with the Grand Champion. Grand Champion deserves the utmost credibility and respect as a 5-time winner. And I call all Grand Champion aces. All of them. Even if they duck, it doesn't matter. Even if they haven't went into some of the greatest shit. Just go out there and you try to take one dog and you got many dogs on your yard. Just try to get one and go win 5 with it. And the dog that we speak on is good competition. They all went in the good competition. So those are dogs that I recognize as, you know, aces, you know, great competition that makes the game move forward. And even when it comes to the dogs that lose to these great dogs, we can't just go trashing them. Because for me, I say for you to trash a dog that a great dog whooped, it's like trashing a dog that beat him. Got to keep the level of respect where it's at. If we can accept Muhammad Ali losing, Mike Tyson losing, if we can accept all these people losing, then we should be able to respect the same thing in these great dogs. What once was a grand champion is no longer a champion, and no longer a grand champion is a champion, then let's respect the dog that beat him by respecting the dog that lost. Because he didn't lose to a piece of trash. He lost to a better dog. And for that better dog to whoop a great dog, to put that dog down a notch, speaks a lot. So they should both be commended and for the fact of even making it happen. because that's how history's made. So we get back into that. Only young doggers do that. Most older dog men, we have too much respect for all dogs because it's a trip to be wondering when you step inside that square, who's on the other side of that wall waiting on you. That's where it all starts at. And that's where it all ends at. So just getting that far from the first time out to maybe the 8th and 9th time to the double grand champion status. Ain't none of that shit easy. Ain't none of that shit easy, especially if you want to play in the real world. Can we see these kind of great matches here in the future still being recorded in the book of records? It's really left up to you guys because without the book of records keeping count, we would never be able to put these great dogs together like we did to be able to talk about these dogs right here. You understand? It was a reference that was able to bring these type of great shows together. And without it, we're lacking the possibility of something great happening because, they're not on the same track. They're on the same street, but they ain't on the same track to bring it together and make it happen. Because they don't even know they're there because there's a wall right down the middle of them. One's on this side of the wall, and others on this side of the wall. They're going the same way, but they can't see each other. Because we have to put something there for them to make the contact. And this is why we have to build. We have to build. We have to build. Because that's what we lack, y'all. That's what y'all being deprived of. Y'all deprived of great historical events. We need to start having more conversations about these historical events so y'all can really get the full impact of what you guys must do to continue these historical events. Because without them, there's not going to be much to talk about except the old shit that I'm talking about today. You can't be talking about these staying dogs down there that was 20 years ago plus and think that that's all we're going to have to talk about 20 years from now.
For a name in the hills, sit up, bro. What's happening, fam?
That's right. That's right, 4 and them. That's right, 4 and them. All due respect to 9 Millie. All due respect to 9 Millie. 9 Millie was the dog of the year. She was the grand champion. That's true. But she deserves to be on that list too. Yeah, she's a great dog. I seen her when she beat Richie, that damn beeline bitch, that grand champion. It didn't even make 30 minutes with 9 Millie. I ain't gonna take that. I'm gonna just put it like this. That's one of them matches that I can say the 9 Millie whooped the dog to make a point. And the guy puts into a corner where he didn't have no other way to go. He was already being called a fraud. He was always being called his dogs weren't real. So he was really pushed into going into 9 Millie with his grand champion. I think she was a grand champion. Yeah, she was a grand champion. But she went into 9 Millie and she was just what we all suspected. She wasn't the dog that they was claiming her to be. Now that's not in comparison to May going in Chi-Chi. We're dealing with a totally different aspect here. You know what I mean? You got a young gun going into an old gun, and this is how the guns are played, and this is what they call the real game. Remember, these are the kind of things that make history and make stories. The only bad thing about that particular story with 9 Millie going into the Beeline Boys, is the fact that 9 Millie went into a dog to expose that she wasn't what they said she was. That's what it was all about. That was what it was all about. It didn't have nothing to do with Richie being great for 9 Millie to go knock out. No, we knew that Mike wanted to prove a point that dog was not real, and he took 9 Millie and did it. Okay, so he gets a pass for that. But, did we take away from 9 Millie because she did not go into Pandy? No, we can't take that away from 9 Millie because 9 Millie ain't making that decision. Doesn't say nothing about 9 Millie going into Pandy because 9 Millie didn't make that decision. If 9 Millie's owner would have made that decision to go ahead and try going in the Pandy, regardless of how good 9 Millie was, it still made it divided the decade. Do I believe 9 Millie would have beat Pandy? No. Do I believe 9 Millie would have forced Pandy in a time longer than she's ever been? Either that or she would have had to, Pandy would have had to kill her. It would been the only way that she wouldn't have got taken out there in the damn deep waters, because 9 Millie was not one to quit. But we're still talking about two great dogs. We got one dog that made her championship, grand championship, going into a 2-time winner. Not going into a 4-time winner. We're going into a 2-time. Good dog, but still not that 4-time winner. And Pandy ended up getting retired because she has no taker. The best taker she could have got was 9 Millie, dog of the year. What more dog than you need? You know, they wanted what they needed. They just didn't get it. So, hey.
You know. Red Bobby's in the house. What's up, fam?
Hey, good to see that on the hill. He said every dog is the truth until enough pressure is applied. Yeah, that's true. And then some of them don't have a pressure point. You know, some of them just don't have no pressure point. But them is them dogs that we are talking about today. I can look on that 4-dog list and say, in the box, nobody put them dogs under the right pressure. For them dogs to become as great as they was the pressure makers. They were the pressure cookers. Them was the pressure cookers. You know what I mean? And that's what makes the game what it is. Not the breeding. Definitely not the breeding. It's the competitiveness. Competitiveness. Champions going into champions. Champions going into grand champions. You know what I mean? That's what makes the climb good. You know, I don't expect all one-time winners to win their first one, and next thing you know it, they're around here stalking somebody like a champion or a grand champion. I know it's easier said than done, because it's still politics to this game. You know, some guys be up there with these great dogs, don't want to step down and go into no 1-time winner or a 2-time winner with their champion. No, they trying to get either a 4-timer or another champion. If they're going to lose, they want to lose big. They don't want to lose small. So y'all have to take that in consideration. You know what I mean? A lot of these guys be like, man, I ought to kill that because they didn't want to go into you. You probably could have killed it, but you got to go win. You go win a couple more and then go see her. Because right now, they ain't trying to do nothing but title dogs. You got to remember that stuff, guys. Sometimes if you get too good, you be forced to stop saying your kennel name. And these days, maybe you need to stop doing that any damn way. You know, just start going in with dog names and take the kennel out of this shit. You know, once you retire your shit, whatever your shit is, whether it be a 1-time winner, 1-time loser, whatever it is, you know, and you're done doing what you're doing, then I would say, yeah, I could have publicly announced my dog was a grand champion, or start promoting, you know, I got my certificate, you know, and put it out there. This dog name that everybody knew. Here's the kennel behind him. I don't see it being smart these days to do it, you know, all out here on Facebook, and you still campaigning a damn dog that you putting on Facebook, a 1-timer, or it's getting close and saying shit like that. That's what I call a problem. You know, but what else do these guys have to exert their energy? You know, they don't have a book to go to. There's a lot of guys that put their shit in there, and they want to be legends too. They want to be great dog men too. They got their own story. And how do they create this story if there's nothing out there for them to create it with? There's so many things that's wrong right now that y'all have to come together and start fixing. And again, I always say, guys, we can't fix that shit here on the show, you know?
Patronage. That's all I'm saying. See you in it, fam.
That's right. Lenny Hill made another smart-ass remark, well, I think is good. He said, it's more freak two-time winners than there is champions. Doggers didn't want the smoke. I mean, it's really the truth. We got stuck with a lot of two-time winners. Yeah. You know, everybody don't be so quick. You think it ain't. It's hard. And like I said, if you ain't a major player, then, you know, major players like to hook up. You know, them are the real competitive dog men. You know what I'm saying? You know, they don't mind losing to a player. You know, they don't like losing to nobodies. You know, like any given Sunday, you know, that day can always happen. A glory day for a newbie is part of the game. You know, it all depends on how new that person is to the game. You know, a newbie can come in with the right dog and shock the game, like Flash did. You know, Flash owner came in there and he shocked the game. Yeah. Yeah, you know, yeah, judo set the mark for us. But yeah, my biggest day was when we had a chance to go into the Legion of Doom. It was probably one of the most confident nights that I had. You know, because we were young to the game. The fact that they even knew us, you know what I mean? Probably came in and spanked us, you know what I mean? But they knew enough about us to know that they wasn't going into no bullshit, you know? I'm pretty sure that they was definitely doing whispers. Yeah, them twins, yeah. But yeah, it was an honor to go into them. It was even bigger the honor to win. And when you win over something that big, yes, why not get the best in show? I just beat the Legion of Doom. And the way they came in with the next Luther. They just beat the next Luther the way they was telling the story. So, I went to shout out, and I'm always respect that one because I would have never called them out. You know, I was looking for a weight and ended up picking up them. You know, wasn't going to turn out of it, wasn't going to back out of it. Oh, well, guess what, man? We're going to go into the Legion. Oh, man. Was I worried? No. I was excited. Yeah, I was excited. Give me an opportunity. Like I was excited going to Puerto Rico. I'd be excited. You can put good dog in front of me, I get excited. Because I'm a real dog, man. Why not get excited? It's not me going out here swinging shit. You know, but if I put the work in, I'm just as good as the rest of these guys. So that's the mindset that, you know, I think we all carry as dog men. Some of them, even the greater dog men, they get lazy after a while. That's why they can always get caught up and getting their head shot across the bow sometimes, because sometimes they try to go the easy way out, thinking it's the easy way out. And to me, there's never a no way out in this game. Huh? You know, always that. You know, there's always a way that, you know, get in there and run into somebody that you want. Just the way you get it. Yeah, I'm sitting here bouncing in my chair. I'm feeling all comfortable.
Ben Brockton in the house. What's up, Ben?
No, I can't see this thing, so I can't read shit. Mm-mm.
Go get your glasses.
Yeah, guys, I'm trying to get me some glasses next week. Because the eyesight is really getting terrible. I can't really read the chat, so it looks like a big old blur. And see, Ben, I'm trying to do that. You know, and I'm talking to you guys like, you know, I'm sitting at the office, you know, rocking back in the chair like I'm talking to an employee. I'm getting ready to fire. You know what I'm saying? So Mike had to tell me, man, stop rocking in the chair. He's been playing daddy here these last few shows. Y'all better tell him to sit down, stick to his music, let me rock, and slap around. But he's the one who watches the show. He sees what I do, and there's nothing wrong with him keeping me right. Make sure I'm right with you guys. You know, I know it got to be a struggle for him sometimes, because he don't know half the time what the hell I'm gonna say when I get on here. Yeah, man, you did good, man. Good. Just go in there and just be twin, man. Just be twin too. Okay. You just clean up all the little shit that I dropped, man. Just keep me right.
So,
Mhm.
what it take to
I mean, my question that would be my question to those guys. You know, what would y'all call an ace? You know, what would be your definition of an ace? You know, remember our emails are open for guys that got stories and stuff. So make that happen for us. But while we on the chat room right now, in the meanwhile, you can do that. I mean, you can sit down here, bro.
Yeah,
You didn't say that enough, man. You can go out and step out the room. You want to take over this thing right here?
I wouldn't know how to answer them.
Okay. But yeah, y'all just give me y'all version of what y'all think an AC is. Is he allowed to win? Is he allowed to lose? Is he allowed to be a grand champion and lose? Does he lose being an ace even though he ran across a better ace? Do they lose their ace status? Does that still make him not a great dog? As great as Robert T was, he lost to Doom. Did that make Robert T any less of a dog, even though he did quit on a great dog? But then what did I say about the dogs that Robert T whooped, all those champions and grand champions? What do we do with them? Where do we place them? Don't they still deserve the honor to even trying to go in such a matter of fact? I mean, that's the way it was. As a matter of fact, when you went into Robert T, these are champions and grand champions going into a dog. Just because they didn't win doesn't take the quality of the dog away because of the loss. I mean, to sit there and call Robert T a cur, I would have to say, okay, I would call Robert T a cur that night.
The dog, I thought,
He's right. I mean, I think Kenny Allen didn't think so either. Because, out of all people, you go after grand champion Duke knowing the damn Bill don't bring out nothing unless he got some shit like Luther. And that was the truth. Legion of Doom they might not have jumped out a lot out there, but every time they came out with some shit.
Prentice Carr said you have to be the champion or grand champion every contest. It's his opinion.
If the game had those kind of champions running around, I could go with that. But I cannot see that being fair right now because there's not enough of that going on. You understand what I'm saying, bro? It sounds good, but if everybody was to start acting like that, we wouldn't have enough. There wouldn't be enough champions to go around, especially as they going around, they losing or some of them winning, but it's just not enough dogs like that going around at this time. Back then, yes, we had, that would have been perfect. And, we didn't even have to have a rule for that to be an issue. Back then, it was enough of them around here, it got to the point, like I said, it gets to the point when you have the bulldog concept of politics, that there's sometimes you just have to call weights and don't care who you get. You might get a 4-time winner, you might get a grand champion. When you call them weights, you don't know who you get. You just bringing in a weight. And a lot of times when you're trying to do something, man, you cannot be picky. So I'd be more or less like, I don't care. I'd rather be quiet. And then be sitting on a great dog and can't do nothing with him because don't nobody want to mess with him. You got one like that. Don't get all pumped up in your head because until you get that shit done, that dog ain't shit. You know what I mean? He might be bad as hell to you, but you want the world to know about him, you better find him something. You know what I mean? You can't be just in there, everybody ducking me. Well, okay. Wonder how long that's going to be. Is that why he's not a champion? Everybody ducked you. Let's see how long that story goes. Okay? It's easier to happen now than it is to happen back then. It's pretty hard now to say to get that to happen because there's not a lot of them out there. But back then, you couldn't say no shit like that back then. You ain't going into a champion because you don't want to go into a champion. You can go out there with the first time outdoor and do like I did and went right for the down woods and shit. It wouldn't have mattered. I mean, if I could have did that every time I came out, then I would have had Brat whooping all champions. But then how long would it have took me? I'd ended up like Pandy. You know what I'm saying? Get that far and have to retire a dog just to be a full-time winner when you know you had a grand champion. The ring to just being grand champion Pandy sounds so much better than champion Pandy. Especially when I got a ring of a dog of the year that was grand champion 9 Millie, who deserved it. But so did Pandy. You know, 9 Millie got her break. Pandy didn't. So this is what this, you know, it's like I said, it would sound so much better being grand champion Pandy.
She was open to the world.
She was definitely open to the world. I mean, just some dogs, you know, like that. You know, I want to have a dog like that, but I don't want it to be so damn good that I have to settle.
You did.
No, I did it with Brat. I did it with Brat because if I'd have made Brat a 4-time winner, I'd have went after number 5. If I could have made Pretty Mama a 4-time winner, I'd have went after number 5. You know, back then we were making we were making remarks. I was actually getting ready to do some foolish ass shit. You know, I didn't really care at the time because I really wanted to know how good she was. I was willing to put Pretty Mama on May May just to see if Pretty Mama could have took May May somewhere she never been. If even in a loss, even if I would have lost, I'd have still been happy because these are the answered my question. But I might have could have took her somewhere that she ain't never been and probably got her. I don't know. But based on what I seen for myself when it came to May May, yeah, she would have had, Pretty Mama would have had her hands full. But I really think Pretty Mama was the kind of strong dog that May May needed to meet. You know, she was that type of dog. I said the same thing about Kunta and Rogers. You know, they would been classic matches. You know, matches that never happened, but you wish would have happened. What did I have to lose? Nothing. Why would I be afraid when I wanted it to happen? It would have been great for the game. It would have been great for me. If I lose, I lose. But the point to me was, why not try? Never stop trying, man. This the competitive. You know, don't take away from your dog. The dog ain't scared, you scared. Never be scared for your dog. You know, some dogs you just you ain't got no business messing with. Let the other fools have those, you know. That's what I tell my partners when people want to jump in the box and play with me, okay? And they start ratting off names like, you know, imagine somebody saying, Twin, would you have put Brat on Pandy? If Brat and Pandy would have been able to come in the same way, which they wouldn't have never been. But the ability between those two dogs, I would have loved to see that, yes. Win or lose, why not? I just try to picture those two crazy bitches crashing into each other, acting like two Tasmanians and ran into each other. Yeah, why not? That's what we're talking about here with these great dogs that we just poured up today. That kind of shit could be happening on each and every one of you Bulldoggers' yard. Why not? That's all, right? Shout out to Larry B. Austin Jr. Salute, fam. What's up, Larry? What's up, baby? Thanks for the chat. Have to have a standard. Assassin, Jap, Tornado, 10 reported with no losses. Yeah, that's true. But even then, it's not the losses, guys. It takes the great out of the dog. You give me two great dogs and one of them lose, there's still two great dogs to me. Because it was just a great match. That's all. You want to have great matches, then you need great dogs. You run into great dogs. So I think, don't get caught up in, usually it's really mainly the new guys or guys that ain't never really had that experience of knowing what it is to have such great dogs to go into these big matches and have that experience to win or lose. You have a different look on things, when great things like that happen. When a great dog loses to another great dog, I see in this game, y'all, the first thing I do is y'all attack the loser. Doesn't change nothing about the loser except for the fact that he lost to a better dog. Because to take away from the loser is like taking away from everything that he beat. Like saying everything that he beat wasn't shit because they lost to him. All them champions and grand champions got down that the grand champion Robert T beat before he lost was some great ass dogs. But because he lost, we got to take all those dogs that lost to Robert T and put them in the shit dog categories would be totally wrong. And we need to take Muhammad Ali's ass out because he lost. And Mike Tyson because he lost. And Sugar Ray because he lost. And any other great fighter out there. Any one of them. Spider, MMA, he lost. If we can shit on the dog game, then we can shit on the great competitors outside the dogs. Or we can bring what we do to the great competitors outside the dogs and bring that inside the dogs and respect all the dogs. Whether they win or lose, how you think you get these great matches if they don't come together? If that becomes an issue, then we're never going to get them together. Because everybody's going to be picking and choosing because of the way that the society has addressed losing. Losing is not a crime, y'all. The whole thing is. Okay? So there ain't nothing wrong with losing. All right? Lionhead says, gotta take y'all ego and pride out and use your eye for your information to spot the different level and degrees of bulldogs. Don't bring a 6 on an average for a 10 and think you're gonna win. He's right, but they gotta first know what a 6 look like. They can't even grade a 10 unless they've seen a 10. Because in their head, they got a 10. But into our eyes, we see a 6. See, it's all within the beholder, but the issue is not within our eyes to see. It's in that person get inside that wall and go get the answer. We'll stand on the outside of the box and call him a 6 all day. But by the time the match over, we might be calling him a 10 based on what he do to the dog that's supposed to be the 10 he go into. Tonight, he was a 10. You see what I'm saying, fellas? So the politics we don't need. We don't need the politics because it's not the effect of the loss that matters. It's the effect of the competitiveness to bring those type of situations together. That's what makes history. That's what makes this game strong. That's what has always made this game strong. It was been the competitiveness of the doggers, the hunters. We are so separated that we can't get those. We can't get them in the numbers we used to. Come on, you guys got to agree with me on that. You got to agree with me on that. That we can't get that kind of situation going these days. And we all must agree because it's a fact. But we can fix that.
Got a lot of dogs.
But you got a lot of dogs out here. You got a lot of guys out here raising them. That don't mean a damn thing if you ain't doing them. You got to remember, hunters are what carries the dog game forward. That's the most important piece of the Holy Grail of the American Pit Bull. The responsibility is on the Knights Templars, the hunters. Without those hunters, we don't have a history. Without the competitiveness of those hunters, we don't have a history. We can have good bred dogs. They can stand on that TV, on that camera, and, oh, he looks good as hell. Oh, yeah, he look good. That's about all we gonna say. He ain't no 6-time winner. He ain't no wee hunt. He ain't no grand champion. He just look good. He bred good. Is that what we all coming down to in this game this day and age? You know, back in my time, you know, a dog sitting on the chain looked good and all that, but then, you know, first thing come out of the person's mouth, you know, y'all take it being slick mouth about that shit, but it's not. What are you gonna do? What can he do? Especially when you walking on a person's yard, you got a bunch of grown dogs on the yard. Got a whole damn library of dogs on the yard he talking about, but I can't get them major answers. What can you do? He bred great, but what can he do? Damn dog, 3 years old. He ain't won one yet. You know? I mean, them what I'm saying. Everybody doing more breeding and talking about their papers more than I see them doing anything about some campaigning shit. I mean, and we don't have to be all on this shit to know that, you know. The game speaks for itself. And the game ain't definitely being played on this channel. You know? So you know like I know, y'all. The numbers is definitely not there for us to be, you know, it's getting so bad that all we want to do is look at pretty dogs and pedigree. Where's that gonna take us, right? What's higher than an ace? Let me see. Who said that? Well, now, I'm with you on that. What's higher than an ace? Now, I think this shit higher than an ace. I think double grand champion Tornado is higher than an ace. She's a GOAT. I would call Queen of Heart a GOAT. To me, a GOAT is an ace. You know, yeah. Times two. I think a GOAT is an ace. An ace that deserves a GOAT status is such of a dog. Like, I would have to still say Pandy. She's a GOAT in her own right because she never made grand champion because she never had a taker. What I call 9 million a GOAT? Yeah, I would call 9 million a GOAT too. She was dog of the year, grand champion. She was just more than an ace. But I'd like to see them two get it going on, yeah. You know, and I would have been betting with Pandy, even though I love 9 million. I just don't think 9 million had enough to take out Pandy. I don't even think she could have took her out. I think she would have got smashed. Pandy was too quick, and 9 million was too smart and too fast and had a good mouth, but she was not ready for that. I just don't see 9 million being ready for that. She'd have been great for that, but she wouldn't have been ready for that. Pandy was definitely a Queen of Hearts. I would have to say she was better than Queen. She had 8 tries. Is she a GOAT? Yes. She had 8 tries. That means she had 8 people willing to test her ass, thinking they could beat her. See, you got to give her ace status because not only was she an ace, she was a GOAT because she took on 8 and won. 8 brave people who thought they could win, tried. So we can't take nothing away from Pandy with her foe, but she got retired because she couldn't get one more. tells you a lot about that, Ace. You know, do we take her away from the GOAT category? No, I think she deserves every bit the same rank as a Queen of Hearts. Because, see, when Queen got 8 triers, Pandy only got 4. Okay? That's a lot to say when you got a 4-time winner open to the world and nobody take her. When they believed enough in to go in the goddamn Queen of Hearts 8 times, but then nobody after 4 times want to dare fuck with Pandy. We mean, thank you for the shout out, bro. Thank you for the super chat. He puts in there pure facts. The product is the proof. Goats win. Keep on scratching. That we will do. Thank you, B. Thank you on that, we mean. I like your support, Dan. You always supporting heavy, bro. I appreciate that. Shout out. Salute. Say, what don't you know about the bitch named the Dennis? History shows her equivalent to Queen of Hearts. It's true. Now, I'm gonna have to look into the Dennis now. I done seen that. That was Bad Kendall. Kennels, yeah. Bad Kennels asked, what don't you know about, what do you know about that bitch named LaDentis? I know about it, but I haven't heard a story on her. I haven't actually looked into her. Do me a favor, Vad, when you get a chance, you know, if you heard anything about it or know anything about it, you know, get it and share it with us. You know, and anybody in the chat room who knows the LaDennis, yeah, let's look into that and let's see. Because to compare her to the Queen of Hearts, I mean, she had to be winning. To talk about her in the same words, she would have had to been doing what Queen was doing. Shit, she didn't have to do what Queen was doing. She could have did what Pandy was doing. Because to me, Pandy is a higher equivalent of Queen, if you want to put it in that kind of aspect, because there was 8 people. Pandy couldn't get 5. I mean, there was 8 people out there that thought they could beat the Queen. It's like there was 10 people out there that thought they could beat the Queen. I mean, to beat Tornado. You know, we had 4 people try Pandy. And you're gonna keep on hearing me say this all the time about Pandy, because Pandy is one of the very few dogs that I've seen people stay the fuck away from. And it's bad when you got a female out there just open to the world, don't give a damn. Somebody. You mean you ain't got not one person in the game during the hottest periods of all times in the game to give this dog a chance to make grand championship? And it never happened. That's why she's champion.
Hey fellas, I know y'all bringing up a lot of these females like Miss Rage, Grand Champion Miss Rage. Yeah, we're going to be doing females next, because it's a list of them. It's a lot of them.
No, I know I just saw that.
They said the dentist, Robert C. said the dentist lost.
Yeah, they said the dentist lost, but then there was, I hope nobody took it down. But they just had on there who she lost to. Hope y'all don't wipe it out. Somebody said something about Sega, right?
She said she ran into Frank Rizzo. She ran into Chico's Sega and got killed.
Yeah, that's right. Thank you, Milestone. Thank you, bro. Thank you for rocking with me, because I'm rocking with you too, bro. Thank you. I saw you. I saw that.
Frank Rizzo.
Mm-hmm. Ran into Chico Siga. Okay. I hope that answers your question, bro, about the dentist. But they said she was game as hell, though. Ronald Rogers said she was game as hell. It was, the dentist was a 4-time winner, 1-time loser. But see, do you take anything away from it? No. But look what happened. You got 2 4-time winners.
Chico Lopez.
Oh, remember we talked about her. This that international shit, right? Like, because, I'm going to tell y'all like this here. Remember, we talked about that Chico Lopez stuff and every one of them great dogs that they talked about. And, like they say, was she a game dog? Did anybody witness this thing? Because it didn't happen in this country. A couple of those dogs, there's a story to them, but we ain't seen nobody telling the story but Chico, y'all. Some of them dogs, we still trying to figure out, was they even real? You know what I'm saying? Because Siga was a good dog, but was she? We don't even know if she's real. I told you, I done a story on this. You go back and look at the story. Not taking nothing away from Chico. I'm just saying there's a story to be told. And if it ain't happening in our country, and you find them flaws in the story, not saying that the man is lying, we just saying there's something wrong with the story. Okay. Prentice Carr, thank you for the super chat, bro. Prentice Carr says the purpose, the
question.
Okay. At what point did the game change from people going after dogs like Pandy or any champion or grand champion to running away from them? What point of the game did it change? When did it change? It really didn't, Prentice. It didn't change back then. You know what I mean? I think Mike had all the reasons to not be so quick on jumping on Pandy because nobody else either, Okay, Mike, yeah, he had Dog of the Year, and she should have been the one. If there was an organization to make a person fight for their title, that would have been the title she would have had to go after. She just wouldn't have had to go after that 2-time winner. She would have had to go after Pandy. I'm in total agreement with that part of it. But prior to picking up on that right there, no, back then, guys just was a little bit more aware, of their foothold because they had shit to lose, okay? Like I said, it's called pit bull politics. I could understand why Mike didn't do it. He should have did it anyway. Win or lose, to me, it wouldn't have never changed my feelings about Pandy, and it would never change my feelings about 9 Millie. Remember, I'm telling y'all about Robert T losing the Grand Champion Duke. With all the champions and Grand Champions that Robert T beat, and then to turn around and quit on Duke, says a lot on what kind of dog Duke was, but it also tells you a lot about Robert T even after he lost. To me, he didn't lose no credibility. To me, he did not lose none of his greatness. To me, he gained a part of history. And with that many dogs and then turn around and lose it to a dog that was greater. It's a story. It's a great story. So it's just, like I said, you got to respect the dogs, guys, regardless of the losses, especially those great shows, the ones that make history like Homer and Jeep. Guys sitting up there talking about Homer and Jeep because they took a nap. Did that mean they were curs? Did that mean that they weren't worth a shit? No. Got both dogs in the middle of the box snoring. So did that make him any worse? No. You hear many people talk about one of the greatest matches of all times, Jeep and Homer. Does it take anything away from Homer because he lost to Jeep? Does it really? No. Homer's still worth talking about. Even though he lost to Jeep. Just like Muhammad Ali when he lost. Mike Tyson when he lost. I still call these great fighters. So let's give the dogs the same respect. I do. I don't think they lose anything. But I'm like this with Prince's car. It's more decking now than it was back then because you don't have the competition now that you had back then. They can talk all the shit they want now. It ain't there. I'm just telling y'all, it ain't there.
They didn't have to take Sandman in the book.
No, they didn't really have to take Sandman in the buck. They didn't have to They didn't have to do that. But the competition is going to tell you the route to go. When you're a dog, man, you know, again, if there was a young guy out there and I was in the dogs and he had an opportunity going to me, he had a better chance going into me without me being going hard Kennels. And this me a person with a weight. Because that in itself would make it hard. When you got a guy that's on hot, and then, you know, we carry this respectful thing around I'm around all the hot boys. You know what I'm saying? So in that group of hot boys, you know, there's nobody in that room I can play with. So I got to go play with the people that they want to play with. You know, I'm pretty sure that Jesse and them would have went in the roadblock, and roadblock would have went into Jesse and them, but I wouldn't win in neither one of them. You see what I'm saying? Everybody had a crossfire thing going, except for the twins. We lowered all of them. Why would I want to go into any one of them than when I would have took a dog off at one of their yards? So why would I go into anybody's yard and then want to go into them? That I never been into that. I mean, maybe it's just a respect thing to me. I carry my respect a little deeper than most people, even when it comes down to the dogs. You know what I mean? If I got a battalion full of guys, which I call my dogs, you know what I'm saying? And I need a backup from unit 14 over here. Then my dogs over there, but then my boys, them and their dogs. But I need them over here. I need that help. Okay? They're going to be wanting to come over there and help me because of the relationship we have. Now, let me go over there and whoop their ass about 2 or 3 times. Now, let me call for their help. Help ain't coming as fast. I might not even call being I'm whooping your ass so much. What kind of help can you give me? You see what I'm saying? The difference? There's a difference there. So, you know, it's still bulldog politics. To me, it's still part of the bulldog politics. Now, we still have 93 people in the room, guys. I mean, I'm surprised. Guys, I'm still trying to read, and it's really hard for me to read, and Mike sure ain't saying that. Robert said you're right. Robert said you're right, because see, ain't nobody walking behind Chico verifying nothing Chico doing overseas. That's why I don't believe in none of that shit. You know, like I said, you know, ever since I seen old Toby, and Toby disappeared, you know, I've been ever since Toby, old grand champion Toby Rom disappeared, y'all. I ain't really been on the Chico game, y'all. I did that checkup on all them RMs and DOYs, all that overseas stuff, not taking nothing away from Chico again. But that's for the new game. That ain't for the old game. I'll let Chico do what he do. But he's not doing it in this country, so it shouldn't even matter to us. I mean, to be honest, we should not be even giving Chico the time of day in the United States. Give him all the praise that whatever he's doing over there, we can't verify it, we can't see it. We sure can't just go by what he's saying, because he's a salesman. He's been selling to a lot of people who really don't know the dog game enough to know that he's full of shit. You know, not taking nothing away from you, but I'm just letting y'all know. He's not going to sell no dogs over here unless he's selling to somebody who don't know him. You ask him one question that you ain't got no, that he don't want to answer, and you ain't getting no dog from him. So let Chico do Chico. It's been working for him. But the status as far as amongst the greats of the dog game, I call that a slap in the face. You can't be that. You get that credit over there where you're doing your dogs at, because he didn't do shit over here to get that kind of respect or title. We give it to him for wherever the hell he's at over there, but he's not in the United States, so he shouldn't get that kind of United States love. You haven't whooped nobody here in the United States. Not nobody that's noticeable, or not nothing that we can pull up and call it a great dog. I'm talking about Macho Buck and all that shit. And I believe in the line. I believe in the dog. Some games, it's pit bull politics. There's a whole story behind that, and the journal had a lot to do with it too. That's the first time that I can honestly say I felt like the journal was compromised. To a point where I didn't feel good about trusting it, and the things that happened after all that. I can just say from 2007, all those journals and all that stuff that was going on, I would have to say from 2004. Jack might have had his hand in it all the way up to when Jack got snatched up with my dude from work, Kennels, But I think Jack was done then by then. But just to carry the journal on, it didn't stand on the same playing field. And I've seen opportunists take a lot of advantage of the access in the way they did the journal from, like I said, from 2004 all the way to about 2012. That up and on, there's so many things wrong with the journal.
Fat Bill's in the house! Fat Bill's in the house!
Hey, what's up, Fat Bill? Yeah, I was like I told you, I was on Fat Bill's show last night, and somebody told me about he had the Brad up, and I seen those pictures. I had the one picture that had Twin Two on it. That was me sending you that picture, Fat Bill. Victor didn't send you that one. That was me. When you did the Pretty Mama story, I sent you a picture of Pretty Mama and Champion the Brat. You did, like I said, you in one of your books, you were you got Champion Pretty Mama in that you did a story. So shout out to what I saw last night, man. You spoke highly on my dog. She's definitely one worth speaking about. It was just funny that, somebody told me, I got her and I was like, oh, look at that deal. Shout out to you. I know back then you didn't know me, but the reason why you didn't know me, it wasn't because I wasn't reaching out. Fat Bill, you was in a different place. You was in a different place and you had a lot going on, And I'm just glad that I stuck around where you can look back and say, damn, how did I miss this guy? And I was always there because I was always admiring of you. So just for you to reach back there and see that, I just didn't pick you up yesterday and start hollering Fat Bill. I've been on your coattail a long time ago, remember? And that's why I always say I thank you for, doing a story on Champion Pretty Mama. When, Champion the Brat was always the one getting all the, the publicity. Champion Pretty Mama was just as good as the Brat. To me, she was robbing Brad of her shows. Best in Show, Gamers in Show. I mean, one of them trophies, you could have split with the two of them bitches, because to me, Brat was always Best in Show. You know what I'm saying? Always. Because she made everything look easy. That's what I call Best in Show. Not a dog coming back, showing that they deep gaming, and the way they coming back looking like Brat on a comeback. That deserves Game and Show and Best in Show, and that's why Pretty Mama won 2 times Best in Show and Game and Show over Brad. But Fat Bill, you did a story on Pretty Mama, and that opened up a lot of things for us when it came to people recognizing and knowing who she was. You know, a lot of guys came out the woodwork who knew Norman, Stormy Norman. So, you know, that opened up a lot of doorways. And, you know, I was even able to even talk to Ira Jerry at one point because Norman was hanging out with him. So, you know, them old school guys like that, you know, I was glad to see you found that picture. Yeah, that was when you see Twin Tuna and you hesitated. Yeah, but that didn't come from Victor. It probably ended up in Victor's pile, but yeah, that did come from me. I actually sent you a picture of Pretty Mama and Brat and signed both the pictures on the back. And just to see you find it, even though you didn't know me then, I knew you. And that's all that counts. I know you today. That's even bigger. Because now you do know me. You know? And that's even sweeter. So shout out to Fat Bill. Thank you for everything, man. And I guess I'm going to continue supporting you too, big bro. I'm just glad to sit up there and we be able to chat like we chat now. You know, if I could have did it then, I'd have really had fun. But you was on a different level then. You didn't calm down now. Back then, you were Fat Bill, the legendary dog man. You know what I mean? You was sitting on a pedestal up there with Jack Kelly. You made a difference and a change in the game. You made the game change. You know, you did a lot, Fat Bill. You know, and you might have paid for it, you know, publicly for them peoples. But you did so much to the game that it has not changed since you did what you did.
I think guys don't even know how famous.
I mean, y'all just don't. I mean, a lot of you guys, y'all take Fat Bill for granted. To me, because I go to Fat Bill's room, I'll be expecting thousands of people in his room. I don't know why thousands of people ain't in that room. Because I'm saying this. Here's a man who had a book, The American Dog Game Time. Game Dog Time. That book, to me, was just as important as the Sporting Dog Journal. Actually, it was very well put together to the point that it was more interesting than the Sporting Dog Journal. It was a real good book. I subscribed to both.
Man, the hell of a dog, man.
But he was a hell of a dog man then. The real reason why I gravitated to him was because of the dogs that he had. You know, I mean, Mammy wouldn't have been no greater than all the other Mayday dogs. Well, what stands out on her is she be one of Fat Bill's great dogs. Now, if Fat Bill wasn't shit, it wouldn't be nothing to talk about. But back then, that was some big shit. That was some real big shit because of the standards and the title that Fat Bill represented in the game. You know, some guys could be so high, you know, when they lose, everybody making it sound like it's NBC and CNN News. When the great ones lose, but they can lose too. You know, he very seldomly lost, but when he did lose, it just made an impact in the game because he was such an impact to the game. So, I mean, a lot of you guys really got to get to know, man. Y'all sit there and you watch Fat Bill bullshit on there. That man right there has been a man in the game, man, and damn near is one of the founders of the money. When you start talking about Don Mayfield and Earl Tudor and Fletcher Chavis, and y'all got to say Fat Bill. You can't even say Jack Kelly's name without saying Fat Bill. You cannot even say Jack Kelly's name without saying Fat Bill. The only journal out there that can do anything along with the journal. Actually, the journal made adjustments to the Fat Bill shit. So I'm for you young guys, you know, I don't see how y'all see Fat Bill, but I seen the active Fat Bill. I seen the Fat Bill that had, he can tell you there was the game was full of great dog meat. He can tell you that the Ohio had a lot of great dog men. He did a story on a bunch of them, from Loctite to Shut Him Down to Mau Mau and to Going Hard. That was just in our little area. So his book was so much interesting because he was really into the now. Maybe sometimes a little bit too much, but it was exciting to us, and it was really bad to lose it because it was like the beginning of. I mean, it seemed like once we lost Bill, it was like everything started changing. Shit, it's like he must have been Jack Kelly's heartline because not long after that, Jack was like, fuck it, he passing it on, and then sooner or later it went to shit. You know, but the point I'm making, guys, is y'all got a chat room over there with one of the greatest dogs, man. He's a mentor and a legend to me. I mean, he should be one to all y'all.
Do your homework, fellas.
Man,
do your homework.
I mean, do I got to get on here and do a show of Fat Bill shit? I mean, for real. You know, let me give y'all a little buzzer note. You know, and going hard pedigree, you know Miss Woolley. Yeah, you know Miss Woolley, the Little Major Champion Woolley, you know. Yeah, that one right there. Bred to Ace. I mean, bred to Charlie. Produced Ace. Yeah. Yeah, find out why she ain't made champion. And another reason I think you need to look on that, she might be a two-time winner. They don't say that, but she was also a loser. Fat Bill. Tell them. Fat Bill beat Miss Woolley. Mm-hmm. So, you know, there's a whole lot of stuff that y'all don't know. Fat Bill got a history of he's one of those competitors. You know, one of them great matches, he had a lot of those, guys. He went into So Evil. I mean, he had So Evil. He didn't shy away, man. You know, and it wasn't no color thing. I'll be hearing these, you know, y'all act funny. You know? I mean, I sit there and watch some of you dog, man. We can sit around there and we can talk about each other. We can hang out and do just like everybody else do when they hang out. You get a bunch of black brothers in the room. You ain't gonna tell me every once in a while one of y'all people say something off the line. You know, not trying to be prejudiced or negative. But, you know, we had that way of talking dog shit, you know. Because, you know, back then, you know, we had to groom everybody to come together as a whole. It wasn't just no black on black dog man thing and white on white dog man thing. It started becoming black on white, Latino and Virgin Islands and every damn where else. So there was never really a color barrier for the real dog man. We talking about Gambler, you know, Gambler, he was bold enough and he wasn't no scary mug either. But he was wild enough to come with his, you know, to me, his white power crew. That's what I called him, white power, you know what I'm saying? And still was able to make things happen in the dog game, you know? And was pretty good at it. You know, he didn't turn people away, but then there was times that, you know, you wonder if he was a cheater. You know, because, you know, they like us. You know, black guys, you can't sit there and say you don't mind losing to a white guy when you're lying if you say you don't. And white guys probably feel the same way about losing to a black guy, you know. I'm pretty sure it's like that, guys. Don't ever act like y'all, everybody trying to play blind and shit like y'all Helen Keller. You can't see that shit. You see that shit. Everybody see it, but there's no harm in that. There's nothing wrong with that. It's because when y'all get into that box together, it's still a gentleman's sport. And I'm never seen a down situation jump out of control, you know, where it became a white-black situation or Puerto Rican-black situation or Mexican-white situation. None of that. Not from real dog. You always left it to the box. So I'm gonna send that special salute out there to Fat Bill because it tickles me when you say my name. It really do. It took you a long time to do that though, but guess what? Ain't no time, never too late. For you to know me now, it's even a bigger honor for me to know that you know me now. Especially after what you did last night, I know you really know me now. So, you know, hopefully one day I'm going to get my autographed book from you. If I got to drive to your house and get it, just to be able to shake your hand to really complete my run around. I've definitely been chasing you forever. I would love to be able to get my hands on some of your old books because you carried a lot of great information and a lot of great dogs in those books. Yeah, guys, yeah, check out his auction. Not only check out his auction, you know, he got that little raffle going on his private channel. Hey guys, look, I'm gonna tell you, if I can get inside the private room and get the old Fat Bill, I'm game for paying for that shit every month. If it's safe for Fat Bill to be Fat Bill, the Fat Bill that I knew back in the day, you know, and to really talk the shit that I know the Fat Bill can really, you know, I subscribe to his shit. Because there's a real Fat Bill out there that I don't see it on that one. He knows the shit, but the Fat Bill that I know, he is a bad man when it really comes down to the dog game. And I can't understand why he doesn't have a room full of people all the time. You know, he's a funny guy, but let me tell you, people of my color, you know, there's people in our own color that we have to check hands on now. And I don't think it's a color thing. You know, in this game, it looks that way, but it ain't that way. Because dog man to dog man, that's what it really boiled down to. And Fat Bill cannot sit there and say that he ain't never been in the box with a black man. Yes, he has. He can never say that he ain't gone out with and stood right next to some black folk that he was betting on. So, you know, a lot of these stigmas that I hear with you guys, he put me in the book and didn't know me. He sure the hell did. And like he said, he didn't know me, but I can guarantee you can go back to one of his old books, he's going to find where he did a story on Champion Pretty Mama. And don't remember going hard kennels. So can't say he's a funny actor when he did that for me and didn't even know me. Now that he know me, he did a repeat, but he did a repeat this time knowing me last night that I really thought was real special to me, even though, and I had a chance to go on live and see it for myself. All right, so, you know, shout out to Fat Bill. And I know my hands are, and my hat is off to you, and I thank you very much for that. Yeah, okay. Mike, you need to go. All right, hey, y'all guys, I'm going to step out the way for a minute because Mike is doing a whole lot of telling this and telling that.
I got it. Look, fellas, do not forget the auction. Fat Bill has an auction going on. When you see him up from the auction, I seen him auction off one of the books last night. A book for, I think it went for like $100 and something. When really, it would have been almost like really it's a $200 valued book, if not more. I've seen them out, some of these journals selling for $200-300, which is nowhere close to what Bill was offering last night. Other thing is, subscribers. Subscribe to his membership channel. So a lot he's offering in them channels. And remember, we always do things to help each other out. You know what I'm saying? The same way we go to Bill's channel, Bill does not hesitate to step into our room. We have the pleasure of having Fat Bill in the house. So, as we shout out, we're going to end this night tonight, right? We all got an idea of what an ace is supposed to be. We might have our different opinions, and there's so many of them out there. But guess what, fellas? The thing is, there's enough of these aces in the game that when you look in your damn yard, you better make sure when you look at your shit that you see what these other ones look like. You know what I mean? We done seen their pedigrees. We done seen their history and their accomplishments. So it's not like you don't have an idea. And then we out here telling you about it. I mean, you got a lot of legends who've had some of these dogs. So you're not lost about what it really takes. So when you look in your own yard, this is all about history. You know what I'm saying? We're not promoting anything. We're just explaining to you the history. You know what I mean? And as long as you have the history, you have a reference. You know, the best reference. It's not a book. It's an actual video telling you the history. Okay? Take advantage of it. For all my supporters, for all the moderators, for all the people who step in and watch the video, for all my super chatters, for all and everybody who has been here from day one, we salute you with all the respect. You know what I'm saying? And so when I sit out here, I'm going to just shout out to you because I be trying to get him to get it all in. It's hard for him to think when I'm trying to get it all in. So I'm going to sit out here and I'm going to get it all in my damn self. You know what I'm saying? Because we do have that appreciation. And I still need you guys to hit that subscribe button. We slipping up on them 1,500 subscribers. I think the last time I checked, we were 7 away. You know, it's over the last 5 going on 6 months, about 58 videos. It's a serious goal, man, to see us finna crawl up on 1,500. That might not seem like a lot, but that is a lot for us because we just started this. So that means whatever we're doing is working and we want to do more. And we can't do more without your help. So that's why we say, hey, hit the subscribe button for all the newcomers. Hit them like buttons. Keep that shit popping. Hey, the super chat has been amazing because, we see a lot of things that I wasn't seeing before. And those things need to be recognized. So I'm glad to see the crew is utilizing the super chat. And then outside of that, man, we're going to have more interviews. And look, I put the email address in there. It's in the chat. So for those who don't know the email address, it's down there in the chat. Y'all see the Cash App information that runs across the bottom down there. So you don't have to publicly go ahead and super chat. You can slide $1 or $2 over there in the Cash App. It's all good. It's all good. You know what I'm saying? We appreciate it, whatever that you put out there. It could be $1. If 50 cents, trust me, it ain't about the amount you put in. It's about the heart that it takes to just say, I'm going to give something for a cause. So, outside of that, man, we finna shut this mug down because it's Friday night. I'm finna go get my clothes on. I'm finna, You know what I'm saying? But until then, man, I'm finna turn this back over and we're gonna close this bitch down. And y'all make sure, support the channels and the fraternity.
I couldn't have said it no better. That's why he's my second. That's twin one. You know, y'all like when he popped one there because you can't really get on here and talk about dogs. He asks me more questions than y'all do. He asks me more questions than y'all do. Trust me, y'all. Man, what, don't you remember you was standing right next to me, dude? What the hell was you doing? Oh, man, I'll be on some other shit. You know, that's Mike. You know, it sure is. But guys, he couldn't have made it no clearer than that. Best way to hear is probably from Mike. Me, I'm always talking in the straight out dog man aspect of things. You know what I'm saying? But to hear it come from Mike, he comes with more passion into it because he sees the growth. And like you said, he really did. This channel was put together for me to go out here and tell y'all something that I wanted to make sure I got on record. Just be able to say one day that, hey, when I first started this, you know what my goals were? To be able to speak to you guys. That was my goal. And you have people listening. And that y'all have done. You know, y'all have brought old dog man out the closet and said, damn, I remember them guys. You know what I'm saying? And them guys stepped up and they got involved with us. And then them guys brought in more guys. And it's going to keep on growing as long as y'all grow. That's the key to all this. This is how we save our fraternity. get opportunity to start acting right, you know what I'm saying? And really getting behind the back side of things and finding the problems that we're having that's really interfering with our history and clean them up. You know, we do not want to lose nobody. Okay? Because everybody is somebody in this game. If you're feeding a dog and you got a dog on your chain that you got to go rake up shit and constantly take care of like a child, then you are is somebody. Even if you ain't never done one yet, you're still a somebody. You have an opportunity to become part of that history. And that goes for everybody in this damn room, regardless of what you do in your life and whatever the hell you're doing with your dog. If you want to be a part of the historical facts of what happens in this game to become the future, then just remember, this game relies strictly on hunters. We need breeders, and we need good breeding to make great dogs. With that note, go outside and look at your dog and feel like you're doing the right thing with the dog. You know what I'm saying? I hear that ticker.
Yeah.
I hear that ticker.
Yeah.
Here we go.
Oh, shit! Stop it!
That's dumb shit. That's dumb shit. That motherfucker ready to make that scratch. Yeah, that's right, y'all. I'm still in that corner, hanging out there with y'all. You know that, y'all. But I got a lot of help now. I ain't got no 1 second. I got a whole bunch of seconds now. Yeah, it's all about what we doing out here now. That's right. Feel good about what you're doing, what you're doing, all right?
Hold up, before we get out of this and that, let me tell you something. I need what I need every show when we in this motherfucker. Roses, muscle,
Yeah! Come on!
yeah, buddy.
Yeah, it's Friday night, y'all. Hot Mike Friday. Talked about a couple things today, boy. We got him in. Uh-oh, he over here checking the mic. It must have been his muscles.
I gotta make sure I'm back. Hold on. Make sure I'm back. Hold on.
That's right, y'all. We got the parking lot. Don't forget about the parking lot. Every night after our show, we always go into the parking lot for guys to do their shout out, holler out, let everybody know what's going down up in the house. You know what I'm saying? Continue our support. Continue doing what we're doing. You know what I'm saying?
You already know I had to make the thing, because, you know, this sound thing, you know, I always get carried away, but we on the way out now. So I know y'all hear me now. Yeah, so we gonna pump this bitch right up. Yeah, you get the beat. Hardy dog. I'm pumping this bitch. Y'all know what's up, man. Y'all know when y'all come in this room, we meant to do one thing, and that's have fun. Talk dog. Get serious about some shit. Keep that shit real. Yeah, because you know what? I'll see y'all in the parking lot, but until then, we gonna see y'all on Talk Shit Tuesday. You know, but until then, y'all keep rocking with us. Y'all know what I'm saying? Rock with us, because we always. Man, you know we always, yeah. Scratch the win, baby. Deuces, man. Deuces. Shit.
Yes, sir. Spending out with my boy Luke. Come on. the parking lot, fam. Come on. Going hard. Oh, yeah. Yes, sir. Love that chat. Love that chat. Come on. That's right, Lionhead. Real Bulldoggers. Yes, sir. Appreciate the love, him and James. As always, fam.
Man, if anybody got a sound system in their crib or that ride, and you turn this bitch on, and you just feel that bass beating in your chest, man, tell you ain't gonna be bouncing your head, be like, damn, this is knocking. Thanks, Gallery. Appreciate the love, fam. That far. Boats and hoes, baby. Boats and hoes, baby. I'm driving the boat, though. Beard, what's up, fam? Don't worry about it, you can always go back and see what you missed, baby. Will's Kennels Combine. Till we meet again, see you Tuesday. Peace, fam. Stay safe and enjoy your weekend. Man, they got bred into this long before they came across that water. Believe that. That's a good story, Vladdy. Check that out. I actually did some research on it today. Gonna definitely work that in. know Peggy Harper. I've heard of her, but I don't know her personally. And what I've read has some badass style. don't be paying attention to you, fam. I check out all your comments, fam. Look forward to meeting you, fam. Gonna be headed out to the West Coast. Gonna definitely try to check you out, fam. much appreciation and salute to you, fam. Vladimir, you the man. You the man. Salute. I see they've been working that White Oaks in there with some Eli dogs, a lotto. Friday night and everybody trying to get out and party like I am, so I'm going to shut this parking lot down. But before I go, I want to say thank you for everybody who comes to watch the video. Don't forget to hit those subscribe buttons, hit those like buttons, and know that we always appreciate your cash up here and there. Hope you enjoy the show. Don't forget, we'll see you Tuesday night on Talk Shit Tuesday. Everybody enjoy your weekend. Stay safe. Vladimir, I'm gonna hit you on the back street, fam. Cause I like that Stone City Mayday Cross. You know, I had a whole bunch of that shit. Shit changed the game, baby. Changed the game. Thanks again to everybody for rocking out with us. Don't forget to hit those subscribe buttons and them like buttons. You know what I'm saying? And until Tuesday, peace.